So, good morning. So we are waiting for the offline students to come. So please stay for 5 minutes. ఇక్కడ బోర్డు కనిపిస్తుంది కొద్దిగా కనిపించదు కదా ఈ హాఫ్. మాట్లాడు. Okay, shall we begin? Okay. So we had successfully completed the modern history, right? So I was very happy that after the completion of the class, so lot of you you have revised that, and some of you have started forming groups and discussing, and some of them have already taken the module test of modern history, and then they had asked me few doubts also. So this way, so building and improvising upon what is done is a very good quality of an aspirant. So all of you are doing that. So thank you so much for that, because without the other effort also, one side it will lead to nothing, right? Okay, so that was a good sign. So the same thing we will continue for the geography also. Okay, so your book is here. Your book is here. Done? Okay, so now in the next 3 or 4 days we will be discussing Indian geography. Okay, so coming to the importance of Indian geography, all of you must be aware that this is very much a part of prelims examination and also the mains examination. So I'll use the board now. Okay. Okay. So usually what is happening with many of the aspirants whom I have met is that, so in the conventional traditional coaching places, geography is taught along with the world geography and also the mains. So they combine everything and then this part is missed. Okay, so as a result, a lot of students, even after 3 4 years of study in this field, they are not able to tell. For example, they are not able to answer the questions like what are the right bank tributaries of Brahmaputra, what are the species that are found in the deciduous forests of India, what are the components of laterite soils. So these kind of questions are always an ambiguity for lot of students. Okay, for that, so this special session which is on Indian geography for next 3 4 days will address all these things. Okay, first before going to the subject, I'll tell you a brief strategy on how to prepare for geography for your prelims examination only. Okay, not for mains. So this is an ideal strategy. It is, you have Indian geography, world geography, one second. So world geography and current affairs. Okay, for Indian geography, what are the books that you are following? Okay, so ideally you can follow this NCERT class 11. Also in class 12th also there is one NCERT human geography. So in that 2 chapters are very important. Okay, and along with this, see, for mapping you need to follow one book, any one book along with the atlas. For example, there are a lot of compilations like geography through maps. Okay, geography through maps. So the book I am following and that I found that useful is by KBC Nano. You can follow any book of your choice. Okay, so these things will be helpful. For the world geography, you have again NCERT. Okay, 11th itself. Also you have GC Lyon, but then this book should not be read totally, only you should know the gist. So one question comes, no need to follow the book in its entirety. Also mapping all 7 continents, 6 per se. Okay, this is what you need to follow for world geography. And for current affairs, like here in our institute and in the monthly magazines also and in the newspapers, you would be knowing this places in news, right? Places in news. any good compilation before the examination would be helpful. So these three things you should be doing. Okay, so this is the, I mean, you can get maximum, like if out of 100%, 80 to 90% of the questions can be addressed using these things. Okay, so this is what you need to follow. Now next, coming to our class, what we are going to do now, it is Indian Geography. So in Indian Geography, what you will be studying is only 8 chapters or 8 elements. First, you need to know about the location, and then physiography, then drainage or river systems, then climate, focusing mostly on monsoons, soils, natural vegetation, okay, and in the next book we have agriculture and minerals. Okay, these 8 things along with mapping related to these 8 things will be sufficient for your Indian geography. Okay, so these are the only 8 things that you need to complete. So next time when you are planning, also plan accordingly. So these are the only things. If 1 or 2 questions comes from, like, once in 10 years there is a question on transportation or highways, so that you cannot do much. Okay, so these would be addressing your more than 90% of your syllabus. Okay, so these are the things that we will be seeing. So how I spaced is that in today's class we would be dealing these two. Okay, and later on 3 this way I have spaced. So for next 3 days we would be doing in this manner. Got it? Okay. Now, what is the approach that we are going to follow is, see, already you have to know that there are subject specific requirements for prelims. Okay, see, for example, if you take environment, you should focus mostly on current affairs. Okay, if you take economy, you should focus more on application of the concepts. You should know the concept, but application is more important. Similarly, with respect to history and especially Indian geography, it is more factual. Okay, other than the climate part, most of the things out of the 8 chapters or 8 things which we have discussed, except the climate part, everything is factual. So you need to remember these things. So other than that, there is no other go. Like how would you remember, like what are the tributaries of Godavari, X and Y and all. So all these things are factual in nature. This is the demand of the examination. So in the same way, you should respond accordingly. Okay, that is one thing. So what we will do is that first in the book we will identify the facts, and then we will get some clarity on them, and then we will improvise upon them, which means if already facts are there in your book, we will build upon that. So for example, there is some Bolan Pass. So where is it? We would search from internet or somewhere and write it there. Okay, this is there, and also memorize them. Okay, so these things you have to do for this. And I have read this book NCERT. So there are around 400 to 500 facts. Okay. So I know that you might have already read at least 100 of the facts you would be knowing. Okay. So the next we will be seeing now in these 3 days. So this way, so because this is much factual in nature, I want you to be very keen in understanding these things. So as we have tried for um, history, the same thing we have quotes and all, we would be remembering the factual part of the Indian geography as well. Okay, so after the 3 days, you must be able to know all the tributaries, the types of soils in India, the physiographic divisions, passes, the important ones, highest peaks and islands, all these things, okay, which are there in NCERT. So see, it would not be possible in the class itself to tell everything. For example, there is this book na, Geography Through Maps. So Geography Through Maps is there. So Geography Through Maps may you have around 15 topics. For example, how you can space is that from today you can do, for example, on one day you can do minerals, on one day you can do peaks, one day lakes, dams, okay, islands, bays, gulfs, that way. So even if we take up these topics now, I'll have to just stand with the book and keep on dictating, but then you cannot take it. So that is the reason these facts have to be observed every day slowly. So this one, if you want, we will be giving as a homework. Some of them you can see in the book, and then the next day we will ask questions also. This is there. Other than that, what is there? These 500 facts that are there in the NCERT will be covering here itself. Okay, so apart from this, you will have to know some 200 facts. That's it from your other mapping book. Okay, so this is how you need to follow. I hope you have some clarity on what Indian geography consists of, how to be done, and then what are the requirements for the examination now. Okay, so this way you have to prepare, and moreover the same questions are coming for the mains examination also. For example, the difference between the peninsular rivers and the Himalayan rivers, the eastern Ghats and western Ghats, eastern plains and western plains. So this year in 2025, there was only, okay, I need to tell you about the pattern of the examination. So if you see the question paper, you will see some pattern. See, for example, in 2025, from Indian geography, there is only one question in the prelims examination, but in the mains examination there are around three, and that too from this book only directly. Okay, tsunamis and then non-farm activities. And if you see in 2024, there are around 5 to 6 questions from NCERT, Indian geography, and there is 0 or 1 question in the mains. Okay, from Indian geography. Most of the questions are from world geography only in the mains. So this pattern is observed since from 2020, the same is happening. So by this logic, in 2025, in prelims examination, the Indian geography questions have not come, and in the mains examination, they have come. So there is a high chance that in 2026 prelims, the Indian geography can come. Okay, so please be ready for that also. And also for the mains examination, you need that, and for the interview also you need that, and most of you would be giving other examinations also na, along with UPSC. So CAPF and all these examinations, and also the state examinations. So in everywhere, all these things will be useful. Okay, so this is what you need to follow. I think I had given some brief overview about the Indian geography. Now you are clear, right? Okay, so now let us move to the actual topics. Okay, so the first one is location. Okay, chalo. So you must be knowing that India is situated in the northern hemisphere and eastern hemisphere. Okay, so northeastern hemisphere, I'll show you the map as well. So India has how much area? 3.28 million square kilometer. Okay, and India occupies 2.5% of the globe, of the earth. So this massive landmass is called subcontinent. You know, subcontinent consisting of this landmass: India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, not Myanmar is there, not Afghanistan is there. Okay, so this is called the subcontinent. You know, this is the only one country which is named after an ocean. Okay, so that is the, so because of such a high land mass, there are lot of physical features like mountains, hills, rivers, and all these very breathtaking geographical features are there. They are very rich. Okay, so that is the reason Amir Khusro had said that if there is a paradise on earth, that is India. Okay, so even a lot of geographers and philosophers of the world has described the world as the world can be divided into two: one who has visited India, the other who has not visited India. Okay. Also, our geography is so rich that we have four UNESCO biodiversity hotspots. Okay, we have 13 UNESCO heritage sites from nature perspective. So all these things are there. So that is the reason when the whole world is appreciating the Indian geography and its richness, as a general ordinary citizen itself, you have to know the Indian geography. Okay, so for example, recently one of my friend, he was an IPS, so he told me that he has booked a safari to Jaldapara Wildlife Sanctuary. So Jaldapara Wildlife Sanctuary, where is it? So basically, we have to know that. Okay, I know that it is in West Bengal. So similarly, you among your friend groups also imagine that you are planning a trip to Lushai Hills. So which means if you tell that okay, I have not seen Rajasthan, let's go there. No, no, Lushai Hills is in Mizoram. Okay, so even in your friends group also, even as a ordinary citizen also, you need to know or be aware of the Indian geography in its essence. Now, as a civil servant, as a future civil servant who is preparing and appearing for this examination, there is an extra responsibility on you to know these places in much detail. Okay, so all these things, because this is the only service that has an all India character. Okay, so before the examination itself, it is wise, and I know that if you do not know all these things, you will not qualify. So you have to know this before the examination for the qualification, and also to be a very committed civil servant, knowing like if someone has already the knowledge about the geography of that region and all, he would be more adaptive to that conditions, and then the work efficiency, work culture also gets improved. Okay, so this is the reason we need to know about India's location in its essence. So here what is there is that we have already discussed that 3.28 million square kilometers. Okay, so today we have 28 states and how many union territories? 8 union territories. So we have come from history. If you have studied history, you know that there are 16 Mahajanpadas. So you have studied. So from 16 Mahajanpadas, we have come to this 28 states. Okay, and then we have coastal region. So recently, previously it was around some 7,500, but now it is around 11,000. So we will see that also. Okay, so this kind of like lot of factual information only is there, and moreover, you know that the country is divided into two halves by Tropic of Cancer. Okay, so the Tropic of Cancer divides the country into two. The upper half is somewhat subtropical. The bottom half is we call as torrid zone or tropical zone. Okay, so I think if I show you through the map, you will understand this thing. Okay. So you have to know that. So this is so please remember this is there in every book. These are 8 degrees 4 dash north latitude and 37 degrees 6 degrees north. These are the 2 points, 4 points that is there in our books. You have to remember. Okay. Now, what is the northernmost point of India? Indira Point. Okay. And what is the southernmost point? Indira Cole. So this is Indira Point and this is Cole. What is the easternmost point? Westernmost point. Easternmost, see, this have already been asked in the UPSC examination in 2023 only. What are the states? Easternmost and westernmost state. Easternmost state is Arunachal. Westernmost is Gujarat. So not Rajasthan. So but then there is a point also. This point is called Kibitu. Yeah, someone have told. And then the westernmost point, Gaurmoti. Good, Vinay. So these are the 4 points of India. Okay. So this north-south distance is now the north-south is this one 3214, and then east-west is 2933 kilometers. Okay, you have to remember that this distance is larger than this distance. Okay. Okay, so if you this 37 degrees 6 dash and 8 degrees 4 dash, if you calculate, the difference is around 30 degrees. Okay, the same thing 68 to 97, if you calculate, the difference is 30 degrees. If to be exactly 29, so we are around 30 we are taking. Okay, right. So first this is the latitude, right? You are aware of this thing, na? Latitude and longitude. So this is latitude and these are longitude. Okay. So first coming to latitude, the thing is that you know that sun rays fall straightly on equator. Okay. And as we move away from the equator, the rays get slanted. So which means here sun rays fall, okay, little slant, but here very highly slant. Okay. So that is the reason the day and night difference in the southern part of India is only 45 minutes. Okay. But then the day and night temperature in the northern part is around 5 hours. Okay. 5 hours. Which means, for example, in like Tamil Nadu, the day will be for 12 and a half hours and night will be for 11 and a half hours. But then if you go to Ladakh, Jammu Kashmir and this Himachal, Uttarakhand regions, the night itself will be for almost like reduce 5 hours more than night is, which means around 15 hours the night is, 16 hours, 17 hours the night is, and the day is very shorter. The day is very shorter. Okay, that you have to know. So this is because of the we experiences differences in the time difference because of the latitudinal differences, not the longitudinal differences. Okay, that is one point. Now come to the longitudes. Okay. So though there are many longitudes that are passing through India, we are emphasizing on one longitude, that is 82.5 degrees east. Okay, so that is we have taken it as Indian Standard Time. So Indian Standard Time passes through how many states? You must be knowing already. So you can remember this by code MOUCA. Okay. Okay. So MP, Odisha, UP, Chhattisgarh, Andhra Pradesh. Okay, this 82.5 degrees. Now see why we have taken this 82.5 degrees only. Why not some other here or here somewhere? 82.5 degrees only. Why we have taken? Yeah, we have to take. So the Greenwich meridian in London is the standard, okay, global standard time is there. So which means we have to start there at 0 or 1, okay, and then the whole world countries have come to an understanding that we will space our standard times as per the multiples of 7.5, okay, or 7.5. So you multiply 7.5 into 11, okay, 11 times you will get 82.5. Okay, so this is very important that from Greenwich meridian 11 times we move forward. Okay, we have this 82.5 degrees. This is only normal understanding. There is no hard and fast rule. Everyone has agreed upon we will take this way and India has taken accordingly. Okay, so that is the reason we have taken this 82.5 degrees east longitude as the Indian standard meridian for time. Now there is one more concept that you have to focus here. The thing is that, okay, sun rises in the east, which means the sun would be rising here. Okay, so because of the longitudinal differences, the time gap between northernmost point and easternmost point is almost 2 hours. Okay, the difference would be 2 hours in reality, but we ignore that actually. Okay, but we ignore that and we set the times of even the northeast people also according to all of the India level. So that is the reason there hardly recently I was there also in Darjeeling. The toy train was closed at 3 o'clock only. So I was shocked that how come that in 3 o'clock it is closed, because at 3:30 or 4 it is total dark. So that way. So this is the reason actually there is some debate on this also, that the daytime and the productive time is getting lost because the offices also would be starting very late there, okay, for them. So if someone has woken up at 4 o'clock in the morning, they'll have to wait up to 9 or 10 to go to office. So these kind of issues are there in the northeast. So you have to know that the time difference between the northeast and and the western part is 2 hours. This is based on the longitude. So because of the latitude we are having the day and night time differences, and because of the longitude we have the actual standard time differences. Okay, so these are the concepts that you need to follow. Now we will open the book of the first chapter. So there are 18 facts in the book. Okay, who is having the older book and new book? Most of you have new book, yeah? So actually in the new book now, a lot of information is deleted. So I have checked in Google why they have deleted. Then the answer is that because of COVID, as part of rationalization of the syllabus, much of the things are deducted. But then UPSC is not bothered about these things now. So if someone has the older version, then that is good, or else If the newer version is there, you can add from the books and from the class. Okay, so in the first chapter, which is three three pages only are there. So there are 18 facts. We will underline them and then we will add some more facts to this also. Okay. So in the second paragraph, can you see India's territorial limits further extends to 12 nautical miles. Okay. So 12 nautical miles we have towards the sea, which means our internal waters are there. So you know that exclusive economic zone. So exclusive economic zone is one which is not owned entirely by us. Okay, we have some mining rights over there, but then it is part of the international waters where others also have the navigation rights. Okay, so this is the territorial waters only you have to know. Okay, that is the first fact. Second fact is that in the third paragraph, our southern boundary extends up to 6 degrees 4 dash, that you can see. The third fact is, if you work out the latitudinal and longitudinal extent of India, they are roughly 30 degrees. So 30 degrees, please underline. The fourth fact is, actual distance measured is 3214 kilometers from east to west and 2933 kilometers from north to south. Achha, from north to south 3214 and east to west 2933. Please underline that. Okay. The fifth fact is, the difference is based on the fact that the next paragraph is there now. So in that, at the end you have one question, find out the distance between two latitudes. Okay, there you can write it as 111 kilometers. If in exam any application question comes na, you can use this one. So between two latitudes the distance remains same, you know na? Okay. The seventh fact is that the southern part of the country lies within the tropics and the northern parts lies in subtropic or the warm temperate zone. You know that tropical zone is also called torrid zone. So right there, the southern part of the country lies in tropical zone or torrid zone. Northern part in subtropical or warm temperate zone. Okay, so there you will be seeing all that things. Also, down you have this thing like 7.5 degrees wala concept. Please go through that. So after that you have a map na. So from the map every year questions are many questions are coming. For example, how many this question is asked. Okay, so this question is asked, which city is in the same longitude as that of Bangalore, and four options are given. So Nagpur or some other and Delhi. So the answer is Delhi. Okay, this is one thing. And then in another year they ask this question, if you go from Kohima to Kottayam, so how many minimum states you should be passing? So they literally gave the numbers 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So they have asked this way. You have to know from, if you Kohima is in Nagaland and Kottayam is in Kerala. So if you come through via road, what are the minimum number of states that you need to cross? So this question was asked. Okay. The same way you can further build upon this. You have to know Indian map clearly. For example, you will be amazed to know that if you go from Himachal Pradesh to Tamil Nadu, how many states are there in between? Can you guess? 7, 8, 5, 6. Okay. So let us see here. From Himachal Pradesh, you can come to UP. Okay. From UP, you can come to Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh to Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh to Tamil Nadu, which means literally 3 states are there in between. Okay. Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Andhra Pradesh. No, Himachal has small boundary with Uttar Pradesh. You can see the atlas. Here it is not very well portrayed. Okay. So this way they will throw bouncers. These only 3 states are there in between. Same way, this question was asked: how many states are there in Western Ghats? So Western Ghats, everyone has counted. From Maharashtra, they are counting. So 2 states they are missing. One is Gujarat, other is Goa. These two states are missed, and they'll put some other answer as it. Okay, so this is one. That way, a lot of very tricky questions are coming, which you need to know. Okay, so there are a few more facts in this. Okay, in this only you can write. What are the? This question is also asked. What are the states through which Tropic of Cancer passes? Okay, so Tropic of Cancer. Can you name the northeastern states where Tropic of Cancer passes? Tripura, Mizoram. So others you must be knowing. So Gujarat, Rajasthan, and all these things. Okay. Now, please write a few more also. How many coastal states are there? Just someone count. Na? 9? 9 are there. How many UTs are there? How many UTs with a coastline? Huh? 4. Andaman Nicobar, Lakshadweep, Diudaman, Puducherry. So right now, Puducherry. Okay. How many Himalayan states are there? So Himalayan states, first starting with okay, two UTs and 11 states are there within the Himalayan region. So 2 UTs, you know, Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh. States starting with Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, then Sikkim. So West Bengal you will be forgetting, please underline that. West Bengal is also a Himalayan state, the northern part. This Siliguri and all these things, na? So it is this you will be forgetting. Darjeeling, yes. Okay, that is there. Again, Assam and all that 7. Okay. So can you arrange these northeastern states? For example, Assam is there. So what are these states? This is this Manipur. This is Meghalaya. So if someone don't know, you can use the concept after Arunachal Pradesh. Nagmani missed trip to Meghalaya. Nagmani missed trip to Meghalaya. So that way you will understand. Okay, and you must be knowing that from any northeastern states, if you have to come to mainland India, you have to cross Assam for sure. Assam is having very boundary with every northeastern state. Okay, this is very important. Okay, so now we will discuss the international boundaries. Okay, the map is not proper, please adjust accordingly. Okay, so we have international boundaries with how many countries? You can count: Pakistan, China, Nepal, Bhutan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh. So out of this, the longest boundary is with Bangladesh, shortest with Afghanistan. Okay, and you need to remember the states which have borders with these countries. Okay, so you can remember this code 5444. Okay, which means with Bangladesh we have 5 states. Okay, with Myanmar 4 states. Okay, first tell about Pakistan. We have Gujarat, Rajasthan, Punjab. So I have taken both. Jammu Kashmir was previously a state, na? Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh as one. Okay, so these will be for Pakistan. Now coming to China. Okay, Ladakh, Arunachal, Himachal, Uttarakhand, Sikkim. Good. So just either write or keep storing in mind. Okay, these are with China. With Nepal, UP, Bihar, Uttarakhand, West Bengal and Sikkim. So West Bengal is important, please. West Bengal have, that is the reason this Gorkha land, these issues are there now. So these Gorkhas are the natives from Nepal. They have come here and settled. All these issues are there. So remember, West Bengal is the one which will be confusing you a lot. Okay, that is very important. Now, so all 5 you have written with respect to Nepal. Now with respect to Bhutan, Assam, Arunachal, West Bengal, Sikkim. So again West Bengal is important. So with respect to Myanmar, these 4 states: Arunachal, Nagaland, Manipur, Mizoram. So this is important. So these they have actually the rivers, hills, everything of these Manipur and Mizoram are shared with the Myanmar. That is the reason, because during this insurgency a lot of migrants have come and these people have sheltered them in their own houses, because these Myanmar are also our own brothers and sisters that way. So the ties are, people to people connections are so high in this region. Okay, that is there. Now coming to Bangladesh. So Bangladesh, because this is very much in news now these days, you have to write in order also, which means what is the state sharing the longest border with Bangladesh. So please write the order. First is Bangladesh, sorry, West Bengal, and then Tripura, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Assam. So this is the one which is so much in news because they were challenging the sovereignty of Northeast na, these days, the Bangladesh guys. So that is the reason you need to understand them. The borders, not only the border, in order also. So if a question may come, so that is what. Okay. And then do you know these three lines? Radcliffe line, Durand line, and McMahon line. So Radcliffe is with respect to India-Pakistan border. So please write now. So with India and Pakistan border, we have Radcliffe line. Radcliffe line. And with China, we have McMahon line. But then China claimed something else. Did you hear of this term LAC? Line of actual control. So actual control that they are claiming. Durand is with respect to Afghanistan, but now it is blur. Okay. So these days Aravallis is also in news now. What are the states that pass through Aravallis? So Gujarat, Rajasthan, Haryana, Delhi. So 4 states are there. Just remember that. And Indian Standard Meridian, I have already told you na, MOUCA. So that 82.5 degrees passes through Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, MOUC, Chhattisgarh, Uttar Pradesh, and Andhra Pradesh. So just remember that. Now we have discussed the countries now, the international borders. So if you have to arrange them, which country is the largest one? Means which country shares the longest international border with India? Bangladesh. Then later on, China. So you can remember this code, Bachpan MBA. This is Bangladesh, China, Pakistan, Myanmar, Bhutan, and okay. So this way you can remember in order the means acha, okay. I think that becomes more deeper. If they ask, you have to deal it there. Okay. Now there is India is the 7th largest country, right? So what are the previous 6? Huh. Hmm. Okay. Russia, Canada, China, USA, Brazil, Australia, India. Okay. That's it. So in your NCERT, uh, there are some passes and all. So let us see them once now. So there is the heading size. Okay. So in that size, there is a term called Marustali. Okay. What does the term Marustali refers to? Yes. So the thing is that the word Marustali is derived from Maru in Hindi is dead. So the land is dead over there. Maru Kastal, Marustali means where nothing grows, the land is infertile. So because of all these reasons, we say that Marustali means the desert region. Okay, the dead land. Okay, this is there. Also, some of you are confusing if someone says desert now, they are getting confused with the cold desert also. See, cold desert of Ladakh does not come in the geophysical, within the geography, we do not take it as part of deserts. Okay, because there is no vegetation, we call it a cold desert for in a casual sense, but desert means only the western desert of India. Okay, right. So that is there. And then you have this Indian subcontinent. So Indian subcontinent consists of how many countries? 5. So please do not confuse with Afghanistan and Myanmar. So Pakistan, India, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka also. Sri Lanka? Not mentioned, in other books it is mentioned. So Sri Lanka also. The standard book is there, other standard book NI voice. So it is mentioned there. So that is also part. Just it is divided by this Park Strait, na, or else it is a contiguous region only. So and that is what. Right. So that is in the Indian subcontinent. So in the last paragraphs, you have some passes you see na, Khyber and Bolan. These passes are in Pakistan. So Khyber Pakhtun region, it is a district, na. So Khyber and Bolan both are in Pakistan. Now not needed. Next you have this Shipkila, na. Shipkila Pass. So Shipkila Pass is in which state? Himachal Pradesh. Good. So Himachal Pradesh. Please write there, na. This next Nathula Pass is there. So Nathula Pass is in news these days. Nathula Pass is in Sikkim. Nathula and Lipu Lake, these two passes are in news. So why? Because Nathula, actually I was telling no for the why is it in news. Okay, the thing is that, so why is it in news is that recently after many years Kailash Mansarovar Yatra has got started. Okay, so it is through these two passes only. So Nathula Pass in Sikkim and Lipu Lake Pass in Uttarakhand. These two passes are very important, which are in news. Lipu Lake in Uttarakhand and Nathula in Sikkim. And then you have one more pass, the Bomdila Pass. So Bomdila Pass is in Arunachal Pradesh. Okay. Okay. Right. So there are some questions also. If you want, you can take exercise may later on. Okay. 4 questions are there later use. So that's it with the first chapter. Okay, so it is all about factual content, na? So please just apart from what we have discussed, you can build upon some, upon that also. You are having these group discussion sessions, na? So in that someone can come up with new questions. If, for example, from Gujarat, say we go to Arunachal Pradesh, how many states are there? Okay, these kind of things you can improvise. Okay, then we will move on to the second chapter. Actually, for me also to narrate to you, the first two chapters are kind of like there is no sync at all. So everything is factual. From third chapter we have very good sync. There we will come up with good techniques and all. You will get the link from one topic to another. Okay, so the first chapter is this way, but please have command about all the mapping. So for example, you have to know this Chhattisgarh is very important, West Bengal is very important, from that which state to which state you are going. So this way things are very important, so please analyze that one. Okay, now the second chapter is structure and physiography. Okay, right, we'll start with structure and physiography. So see, this way only you have already learned some 30 to 40 facts in the first chapter only. So that way you can keep building. So now we are going to the second chapter, structure and physiography. What does the word geo refers to? Geo, earth. Okay, good. So now if you go through this chapter, na, what you will find is two things. Okay, first they have divided the country India. So first you go into the earth and see how the features are. So that way from inside they have divided into three. Okay, which is geological division. Okay, so we have three geological divisions, which are the northern mountains, northern plains, and peninsular plateau. Okay, this is from inside the geology, so we cannot see it. Okay, now come to the top. Here if you see from above, what are the physical features that you will find is 6. Again same, the mountains, plains, plateau, along with this the coast, deserts, islands. That's it now. So these are the 6 features that you can see from inside. So these are called physiographic divisions. Okay, now we have 6 on the top and 3 on the bottom. If about this 9, we have around 3 to 5 facts about this. So 40 factual information will be enough for this chapter. Okay, so about each one of them we will be dealing now. Okay. So first we will see the bottom ones, which are the geological features, and then come to the top ones, which are these are physiographic features, or which we can see these are the outcomes. Okay, now what is present on the relief feature? Okay, this is inside, no one can see, only the geologist through some tectonic like seismographs and all, some volcanic activities, and some places may drilling is going on. So because of all these things we can come to conclusion that this is this way. Okay, so first let us see about them, and then we will come to these things. Okay, geological. So first one is Peninsula, Plateau, then mountains, and then plains. Yeah. Okay. Here what we will be discussing is that the age, origin, regions, seismic stability, rivers, if there minerals inside. Okay, so these are the one, but rock also. See, before knowing about the geology, na, you must be seeing somewhere in the world history. Okay, we'll come back here. Sorry, in world geography, do you know this concept? Earth also has age. How many years? What is the age of Earth? Yeah, 46 crore years. Okay, 46 crore years. Now, before 46 crore years, the whole Earth was divided into two. Pangea, Panthalassa is water, na? Panthalassa is water. Pangea is the landmass. Okay, simple concept. Now, this one, this Pangea got converted into two. Gondwana and Laurasia. Okay, Gondwana and Laurasia. Now this got further split into 7 continents. Small concept only. So what are the forces responsible for this? So inside the volcanic forces, faults, all these things you will be reading in the world geography. But then this is important here, I will tell why. Okay, so this is a small concept you have to see. So before 46 crore years, Earth was divided into two. So Pangea only one landmass, Panthalassa is water. So this got converted into Laurasia and Gondwana. So now Gondwana is important for us. You know why? Because in this journey from forming Gondwana to continents, Indian plate was part of the Australian plates. Okay, so you must be knowing this thing how India is formed. For example, here Eurasian region is there. Eurasian region was there, and somewhere here Indo-Australian plate is there. Indo-Australian plate is there. Okay, and then here Tethys Sea. Tethys Sea was here. So slowly this Indian plate started coming here. Okay, and then this Indo-Australian plate hit the Eurasian plate with so much high force that this Tethys Sea has gone, and then here an uplift has taken place. That uplift we are calling as Himalayas. small concept only. Okay, so Indo-Australian plate, here Tethys Sea was there, so Tethys Sea mein this was removed, and then the Himalayas are formed. Okay, now what happened is that after Himalayas have formed, so some rivers started. Here a geosynclinal depression has occurred between the plateau and the mountains. So in this region a depression has occurred. Now the rivers started coming from the Himalayas and started filling this depression, this geosynclinal depression, and that is how the plains are formed. Okay, yeah, alluvial plains. So these depositions are mostly alluvial in nature, we call so. Okay, this way how they are formed, which means out of these three the older one is this now, the peninsular plateau. The peninsular plateau is older. The next older is the Himalayan mountains. The third one is the plains. Okay, so this you are familiar now. Okay, so we will fill the table here which we have written. So age wise, this is peninsular plateau is much older. The mountains are younger. So you must be knowing that even today also Himalaya is increasing in its height. So every time some 2 inches like that. So this is a ongoing concept. And plains are much younger. You know, even every day it grows, right? Ganga, Ganga, Brahmaputra, and all these rivers are every day flowing. They are bringing the deposition every day, which means the age is it is growing every day. So this is much youngest of all. Okay, so the youngest one. Okay. So the origin we have studied now regarding the peninsular plateau, how the Indo-Australian plate has come, and the mountains also, how it has led to the uplift of the mountains, and how this geosynclinal depression. Okay. So all these things you have seen. Now regions. See, if you see on the like India, what are the regions that are covering? So you will be very surprised to know that peninsular plateau, you can see them up to the Rajasthan region. See, if you see from bottom, there is no desert now, which means it is a part of the peninsular plateau. Later on, which is filled with sand, and that we call from outside as desert. Okay, from bottom say there is no desert. So which means Rajasthan is also a part of peninsular plateau. Okay, so that extends from Madhya Pradesh to like Rajmahal Hills in Jharkhand, Chota Nagpur Plateau in Chhattisgarh also, and even up to Meghalaya. Okay, up to Meghalaya, this Assam mein Karbi Anglong Plateau is there. So up to there, it is a very huge region. So this occupies the major portion. Okay, the peninsular plateau. You have to know this boundary clearly. So Rajasthan to the Assam border. This is the major thing. Mountains, you know, the Himalayan mountains and northeast hills. Okay, so this we will be knowing, and then plains also, you know. Now seismic stability. So this peninsular plateau is very stable, like never, almost all of the South India is in the safest region. So here no earthquakes comes. Here this is one of the most earthquake prone region of the world. So earthquakes are very high, and here only tremors are felt. Like a earthquake would not come because of the Himalayan earthquakes, then it will have little ripple effect here. Okay, in the plain regions. Okay, it is not totally free, but somewhat. Okay, that is there. Now, so can you tell some of the peninsular rivers? Godavari, Krishna, Narmada, Tapi, all these things are the rivers which you find here. And mountains, mein, the three, Ganga, Brahmaputra, and Indus. So in the plains also again the same thing goes. So minerals are there, na? So most of the minerals are in the, actually than calling it as minerals, we would call them as resources, because most of the iron ore, coal, bauxite, yeah, almost all the minerals are in the peninsular plateau only. So which contains Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, all these regions. So they are part of peninsular plateau. Now coming to mountain regions, what are the resources that you have? Here you have only hydroelectric power. Okay, in the Himalayan region you have the hydroelectric power mostly. So that is the reason. Which state has the highest hydroelectric potential in India? Arunachal Pradesh, right? So it's also Himalayan state. So Himalayan states means don't consider only the western side ones, eastern side also give attention. So in the plains, what is the resource that you have is agriculture only. Okay, agriculture. Okay, see, when it comes to rivers now, rivers in the peninsular plateau are kind of, they will be flowing through rift valleys. Do you know rift valleys? So like a deep gorge only, so very rugged topography is there inside. So you must be knowing this thing, the Narmada, Tapi and Damodar and Mahi. So these four rivers passes through rift valleys. So you can see this feature of rift valley with respect to the peninsular plateau only. Okay, and with respect to the mountains, what feature you will see with the rivers is that they are very young. So that is the reason when a river is young, you will see a lot of waterfalls. Now, fast moving waterfalls are there, and they carry a lot of deposits with them also while coming from the mountainous regions. So this is there, the young rivers. And here you can see this oxbow lakes and meanders. So do you know this feature, oxbow and meander? So which means, so the river takes a lot of turns, na? This is meandering. So if it is cut off, imagine this is cut off, this is oxbow lake. So this is what. So now you are aware of the three geological divisions, right? So in the book it is very confusing. So please make use of this table, then only you will be able to know. Okay. So if you have noted, we will move to the top side, the 6 things. Which one? Acha, rock. Okay. So rock na, here we have igneous rocks. Okay. And here we have metamorphic and sedimentary rocks. And here these are plains only, so not needed. Okay. There is no rock only. Okay. So rocks in the peninsular plateau are igneous. In mountains they are metamorphic and sedimentary, and here we are not bothered about their structure. Okay, this way you please write, because in your book it is too confusing, so that thing will be left unattended. Okay, so if you have done, we will move to the next part. Oxbow lakes and meanders. In plains na, uh, huh? In the near the mouth. Okay. So mountains, they are young, the rivers are very young, and then very fast flowing, and you can see waterfalls also in these rivers, and then these carry heavy deposits. Okay, plains mostly, yes. Okay, done. So we will move to the next part. So physiography, which means we are seeing this from top. Okay, so here we are seeing again 6 of them. First is the mountains, plateau, plains, coasts, desert, islands. Okay, so these are the 6 that we are going to deal now. Okay, here in the mountains now, these are again divided into 5. So Kashmir, Himalayas, Uttaranchal, Sikkim, Arunachal, and Northeast Hills. Actually, this part occupies lot of your book, only this thing. Okay. Now, plateau region includes 3 things. Peninsular plateau or Deccan plateau. There is something called Central Highlands. We will see now. And then Northeastern plateau. Okay. In the plains we have in Indo-Gangetic Brahmaputra plains. Coast 2, eastern and western. And then desert, only one desert we have. Islands, we have 2 group of islands, one in the Andaman Sea, Andaman, and Bay of Bengal. Okay, so if we see about islands of Andaman and islands of islands of Arabian Sea. So islands in Arabian and islands of Bay of Bengal. Okay, so if we see about these things, then your chapter will be done. Okay, yeah. So just in your book, this chronology is not written in this way. So please write now once. It will be useful while you are reading. Okay. So first we will take up this thing. Okay. So Himalayas, mountains. First is Kashmir, na? Kashmir Himalayas. Second, Uttaranchal or Uttarakhand Himalayas. The other one, Sikkim, Arunachal and Northeast Hills. Okay, so if you have to tell the states, you will easily tell, no? This is in Kashmir region. This is Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh also. Okay. Uttaranchal is now today's Uttarakhand, na? Acha, acha, okay, we'll see. So in the books, they have used this term. Okay, Sikkim is just Sikkim, Arunachal, and these are the other 6 states. Okay, that is there. So can you name some rivers of this Kashmir Himalayas? Okay, Jhelum. In Uttarakhand, Ganga, this Ravi, Bias also are here only. In Sikkim, can you name a river which is already asked in UPSC examination? Teesta. Okay. In Arunachal Pradesh, mostly Brahmaputra. Okay. In Northeast Hills, any river? Barak river is there. Actually, a lot of the rivers in the northeastern region are the tributaries of Chindwin river. This Chindwin river is the tributary of Irrawaddy river. So Irrawaddy river is in Myanmar. So it drains into Arabian Sea. So this question was also asked in the UPSC examination. Yeah, sorry, Bay of Bengal. So in Bay of Bengal, it is draining. That you have to remember that way. Okay. Okay. Okay, you know that there are one unique feature for all these things, which is very important now, because the previous things you will anyhow do it. Now the important thing in the Kashmir Himalayas is that something do you know this? Karevas. So Karevas. So what are these? Yes, yes. Okay. So what are Karevas is that, see, imagine this region may in the Kashmir Himalayas you have glaciers. Okay. Some of the glaciers, can you say? They are Siachen Glacier, you must be knowing. Baltora. Okay. These kind of glaciers are there. Now you know what would be the size of each glacier? It is around nearly size of total Hyderabad. This much big. Okay, and every day they would be melting. So whenever these glaciers are melting, inside the glaciers there are lot of rocks, some soil, and these like lot of other things are there which other than the ice. Now upon cooling, these other things would be coming outside. So they come and store at one place. They are deposited at one place. These depositions are called karevas. They are nothing but the alluvial soils we call in the other place, na, in Indo-Gangetic basin. These are karevas but alluvial soils are from the rivers, but karevas are from the glaciers. Okay, now these glaciers, these karevas are helpful for the growth of saffron. Okay, saffron cultivation. So this is the very important thing that you have to remember. So in the Kashmir Himalayas, saffron is the unique feature. Okay. Now the unique feature in Uttaranchal Himalayas, see here we have 3 mountain ranges, the greater Himalayas, lesser Himalayas and Shivaliks. See here also they are there, I will tell you. But then here you have to remember 2 things. There are British have identified and developed them as hill stations. A lot of hill stations. Mussoorie, Ranikhet. So a lot of hill stations, all these things, Dehradun, all these are developed in this Uttaranchal Himalayas. Okay, so very important. This is. Okay, now the unique feature of Sikkim Himalayas is that here the British has identified these slopes, this very moderate and equally spread rainfall, and then they have developed these into plantations. Okay, so very much important. The coffee and tea plantations mostly, these are there in the Sikkim Himalayan regions, which includes part of Assam also. Okay. No, plantation, just what to say, this tea cultivation, not this, it can be step farming also, but then, yeah, I'll tell you here, it is not kind of step farming, okay, but what happens in this region of Himalayas is that here we have some small valleys, na, you say Ladakh Valley, Kulu Valley, all these things. So here, instead of valleys, you have something called duars. Okay, you don't have shivaliks here, you have duars. So these duar region and other regions are developed as the plantation hubs in the Sikkim Himalayas. So this you have to remember properly. Okay. The important one here is that we have hydroelectric again. So here in the northeast Himalayas, na, did you hear of this thing in Manipur? Loktak Lake. Loktak Lake. So this Loktak is very important. It is a UNESCO heritage site also. Yeah, floating one. So the thing is that here, please know about this Loktak Lake. So this Loktak Lake is part of Ramsar site and it's a national park. Lot of things are there. You see about them. It is in Manipur. But then it is known for something called Phumdis. Okay. So Phumdis means, see, if this is the lake, so there are some small, very smaller than islands. See the size of this room. Okay. These are the things there. Okay. Now here there is a deer called Shanghai deer. Shanghai deer, it jumps from one to here and all. That is why we call it as dancing deer. Okay, so this is okay. This is very important. So Shanghai deer is in Loktak Lake in the Manipur region. So locally it is called Phumdis. These smaller ones. Huh? No. See, this is a UNESCO recognized site, na? UNESCO, and I think it is a Ramsar site also. We'll see. Ramsar site also. You must be knowing that there are only 2 Ramsar sites which are kept in the Montreux record, which means they are getting deteriorated every day by day. So Loktak Lake is one, and other one, can anybody say? In Rajasthan, Kilodio National Park. So these 2 are the one which are kept in the Montreux record of the Ramsar site. Okay, this is very important. See, this question is already asked also about the Shanghai deer. So it is endangered as per the IUCN status, all these things. You have to remember this. Okay, coming back. Right, this is there. So now we have some passes also in each of these one. In Kashmir region, we have now only seen some passes, na, like Bolan, Khyber, and we will see now Zojila and others. And in Uttarakhand and Himachal region, any pass? Just now we saw enough. Shipkila Pass. and Lipu Lake. So Lipu Lake is here, yeah. And in the Sikkim region, we have the pass Nathula. And here, Bomdila. And in your book, one more pass is given, Deepu Pass. So Deepu Pass is between Arunachal Pradesh and Myanmar. So we'll see that also now. Okay, that's it. And then there are some cities also, lakes are also given in your book. For example, in the Kashmir Himalayas, we have some saltwater lake and some freshwater lake. Okay, for example, Somururi and Sokar. These are the saltwater lakes in the Kashmir region. And the freshwater lake are Dal Lake, Uller Lake. So these are given in your book. We will see. In Uttarakhand, lakes and these are not needed. Sikkim, all this. So this way, please divide and learn, or else you will keep on forgetting. It is given in the paragraph forms in your book. Okay, so try to understand this thing. Okay, so we are done with the mountains. So all the 5 things. Now come to plains. So you know that Indian plains are formed by 3 rivers: Indus, Ganga and Brahmaputra. Okay, so imagine this is a hill, mountain, and this is a river, or this is the main river, and these are tributaries. Okay, so do you know what is the pattern of rivers in the plain region and mountain region? Okay, so we can say this is trellis pattern. It is like tree, from somewhere they will come. Okay, this is there. Now you have to remember one small concept here. Okay, now when the water is coming from these mountains, now so there are some stages that you have to remember. First, if you see here, there are some rocks, stones, you can say, which is called Babar region. Okay, so Babar region. After that, you have Terai region. Okay, then you have Bangar region, Khadar region. Then the actual river starts. Okay, now let us see the features about this thing. So firstly, when river starts coming near these big stones, the water will be totally disappeared, means it is somewhere inside. So because we can remember that this Babar is a robber where no water is seen. Okay, this is the region. Now suddenly after these rocks, you will move on forward, you will come to a region called Terai. So Terai region is a very lush green region. Again water emerges. You know, the thing is that there are no tributaries, nothing there, and suddenly water will be there coming from ground. Okay, so this is a unique feature of the Terai region. So Terai region is so fertile, it is precious, very conspicuous with the vegetation, and also a lot of cultivation is growing. So all these things are there. Now after coming here, the water, they will be carrying some deposits with them, right? So that deposits will be started to settle here. So they settle, this is called older alluvium. Okay, this Bangar is older alluvium, and moving forward, this newer alluvium will be settled. Okay, this newer alluvium is called Khadar. Okay, then you will find the river. Okay, the stages are Babar, Terai, Bangar, Khadar. Okay, so these are the 4 features, 4 important things that you need to know in the plains. Okay, so we are done with that. Okay, so regarding the mountains, we have seen the 5 parts, and regarding each of this, we have seen some facts. So now you can say all these things now, where Karevas are found, where Duars are found, all these things from the past one. Okay, am I going somewhat fast? No, no, right. So this is what with the plains. This is there in your book. Now next let us go for the plateau region. Okay, so the plateau region में we have Deccan Plateau, Central Highlands, and Northeast Plateau. So in the Deccan Plateau, na, what they have discussed in your book is Western Ghats and Eastern Ghats. Okay, so it is very important for us to know the both these Eastern Ghats and Western Ghats. Let us compare them. So Western Ghats, firstly, they are in between West Coast and Deccan Plateau. Okay, so okay, that you can avoid. But then you know the states now of Western Ghats. Western Ghats starts with Gujarat. So Gujarat, Maharashtra, Goa, Karnataka, Kerala, and these states: Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Odisha, and West Bengal. So the Western Ghats and East. So what is the, these Western Ghats are more taller. These are somewhat shorter. Okay, and you know that in the Western Ghats you will not see rivers, dissecting. A lot of rivers are not there, but in the Eastern Ghats you will see some of the rivers like Godavari, Krishna going and cutting the region. Okay, so see, Eastern Ghats, you will forget two states. Okay, Eastern Ghats you have Telangana also. Eastern Ghats you have Karnataka also. Okay, these things you will forget. Please note down. So Eastern Ghats, these two states are also there. Okay, taller and shorter. These are more continuous, and this is less continuous. Okay. Now, can you say the highest peak of Western Ghats and Eastern Ghats? Western Ghats is Anaimudi. Yeah. So Anaimudi is in which state? Kerala. Now the highest peak of Eastern Ghats is there is some place called Jindagada. So this Jindagada, it is in Araku region of Andhra Pradesh. Okay, the highest peak is this one. Okay, so these are the important differences. You can see more also this thing. Okay, now okay, the central highlands, the important thing you need to know is that previously also we have discussed regarding the plateau. The central highlands are vast stretch of a region from Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh. It includes the Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and here Northeast Plateau is separately discussed. Na? So that is the thing. Okay. So regarding the plateau also we are done. So Central Highlands, you just need to know the location. Okay, it includes Rajasthan is what we forget often. The Central Highlands that you have to remember. Right. So Northeastern Hills, it is mostly Meghalaya and all. So there are some minerals and all in the Meghalaya which we will be seeing now. Okay, in the book. Now come to the coastal So coastal region, we have east coast and west coast, na? Okay, this way. So west coast, east coast. Okay, so east coast you have these states now. So can you tell the other names which are involved? For example, there is something called Malabar coast is in Kerala. And what do you call the Maharashtra and Goa coast? Konkan coast. And Karnataka Valley, Karnataka coast, Mangalore. There is something called Karvai coast, but this is less known, not needed. Okay, now come to the Tamil Nadu side. What do you call the Tamil Nadu coast? Coromandel coast. And Andhra Pradesh, it is also informal one. You call Costa Plains, Costa Plains. And the Odisha ones, Utkal Plains, Utkal Plains. Odisha, I'll write here. Odisha, Utkal Plains or Utkal Coast. Okay, Coromandel Coast is already known. So these are the 6 coasts that you have to remember. Okay, so other difference is that this west coast is between Arabian Sea and Western Ghats. Right, this is between Bay of Bengal and Eastern Ghats. Okay, that you have to know. Which is more fertile? Eastern is more fertile, na? KG basin, Krishna Godavari. Here what basins are there? No basins. Okay, this is less fertile. This is more fertile. Do you know something called this west coast is submerged coast and east coast is emerged coast? Okay, so this EE, please remember, east coast is emerged, mean it is little raised higher, and west coast is submerged under the water. Okay, so that is the reason, because of the submergence nature, we have lot of natural ports here. Okay, so natural ports are common here in the western coast, but in the eastern coast, not many, most of them are artificial. You have to work upon them and make them ports. Okay, lot of dredging and all these artificial activities are needed in the eastern coast to make ports. Okay, this is there. Okay, so I think you know this. So once again, east coast states you know, west coastal states you know. The name of the coast also is known now. The name of both coasts are known, and then in between sea and the Ghats also you remember, and then the fertile nature. So this is what most of us forget, which is submerged and emerged, and natural ports and artificial ports. These two are the most important ones. Okay, so that is done. Costa, Costha. So it is informally only. Okay, now come to islands. So we have discussed that we have 2 groups of islands, na? So one is of the Arabian Sea and other is Lakshadweep. Okay, Arabian Sea, how many islands are there, you know? Sorry, I have written wrong. Previously also I have written wrong, na? Bay of Bengal. Okay, so in Arabian Sea, the important one is Lakshadweep, you know, here Andaman and Nicobar. Here there are only around 36 islands, but here you have 572 islands. Okay, in the Bay of Bengal region. These islands are coral in origin. Coral. So mostly they are found by the coral. These are volcanic in origin. Okay. You know, the highest, largest island of the Arabian Sea is Minicoy. So the name is Mini, but then it is the largest. Okay. Here the largest one is Middle Andaman. So in volcano, do you know one which is the active volcano? Barren Island. Okay. So here now, around the coast, you will find mangroves. A lot of mangroves are there in Andaman Nicobar. Okay. Here there are no mangroves, and then mostly the coral reefs are only there. Okay. And these are much inhabited. A lot of population is here, but then here in Andaman Nicobar you don't have that much population. Like there are some tribes now. Sentinelese, Shompens, Nicobaris. So all these things are there, tribals you will see. Okay, so this is regarding the islands of, okay, this Bay of Bengal islands are divided into two. So actually some of the group is called labyrinth. So this labyrinth islands group of islands is given in your book. So please remember in the Andaman and Nicobar region, labyrinth islands are also there. So that's it. Now the final one would be deserts. So regarding deserts, you have to know that only few features. Thar desert is spread in how many states? Gujarat, Rajasthan, Punjab, Haryana as well. Okay, so these four states the Thar desert is spread over. Now we have already discussed one term with respect to deserts, Marustali. Okay, and then in the desert region there are some features called burchans and seats. So if you go to the Rajasthan region, for example, Jaisalmer and all, so you would be seeing heaps of sand this way. Okay, so this feature, this structure, this kind of structure is called burchan. Okay, burchans. And if totally is not there, only one half is there. Only this is there. The other total, this is called burchan and this is called seef. Okay, the total curve is burchan and the smallest one is seef. Okay, so this is important. Now in the desert region, what are the freshwater resources called? Oasis. Oasis. Now there are some saltwater lakes are also, they are called playas. So playas are the one where same like oasis but salt water is there. So from these playas they make salt. So this is a good way of income generating and employment activity for the desert regions. Okay, so oasis and playas is important. Okay, so this way we have discussed the geological structure which is inside the three structures, and then the geological structures outside. Okay, the 6 ones. Okay, only this is there in your book. We will highlight some of them, not some of them, all, and then we can see. Shashi, AC on this one. Play that. Okay. Chalo. So we will start highlighting. Okay, see, only these two chapters are very, very boring actually. I know it is kind of what to say, fact, 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 no linkages at all. So I have at least in 1 hour you have heard these terms now. So now it will not be new. See, for reading alone, it will be much more challenging. From tomorrow, it will be more interesting because we have only rivers. So, for example, tomorrow the chapter is on rivers. So, on the rivers, we can discuss what are the tributaries, left bank tributaries, right bank tributaries with codes. Okay, so Indus River, all these things. Again, we have chapter on soils. So, for that, we have good tables and charts, which you will feel very interesting. So, other students must be struggling with all these things by they're not knowing all the things, so you take the pain. So for this 1 day, so you have heard for 2 hours, and then again you work upon this for 1 more 2 hours. Within 4 hours 2 chapters will be done and you'll be safe. Okay, so let us highlight the things now. Okay, so the chapter is structure and physiography. In the first paragraph only it is there now. Currently shows that Earth is 460 million years old or 46 crore years. Okay. Now come to the next one. There is 3 geological divisions are there na? Peninsular block, the Himalayas and Peninsular mountains, and Indo-Gangetic Brahmaputra plains. Right. First they have given Peninsular plateau in all books na. Peninsular plateau. In that, if you see the third line, it ranges from Kutch, Aravallis. Aravallis are in 4 states you have highlighted, right? Now come to Rajmahal Hills. They are in which state? Jharkhand. So someone, if not aware, please write Rajmahal Hills in Jharkhand. Now, after second next line you have Karbi Anglong. It is in Assam. So please underline that. After 2 lines, do you have this Malda fault in West Bengal? So please underline that also. Malda fault in West Bengal. Immediately you have Chota Nagpur plateau. It is in which state? Chhattisgarh. So keep writing. So Malda fault in West Bengal. So actually we have discussed now that in sometime we have discussed that ki northeast plateau. So this between this northeast plateau and the mainland plateau, this Malda fault is there. So you have to remember that one. Okay. In the next paragraph, you have this thing. 2 words are very important: ancient gneiss and granite. So these are the primary rocks found in this peninsular plateau. Okay. So after that, there are some like the rift valleys of Narmada, Tapi, Mahanadi are there, na? Did you underline? Along with that, 2 are not there in your book. Please write Damodar and Mahi. These are also the rift valleys. Okay, all of you know this concept of rift valleys, na? So so in the peninsular plateau, actually the west flowing rivers Narmada, Tapi, and this Mahi we have discussed. So these rivers flows in some like valleys. So that is the reason, because of this rift valleys you don't have coastal plains here. You have something called estuaries. So estuaries are the word that is used for these western rivers in geographical terms. Here you have deltas. because these do not flow in the rift valleys. The east flowing rivers do not flow through rift valleys, but the west flowing rivers flow through the rift valleys, and that is the reason they form estuaries. So rift valleys are nothing but a valley which is rugged topography at the bottom. Okay, that's it. Right. So that three you have highlighted, right? Next, you can see the peninsula mostly consists of relict and residual mountains like Aravalli. Aravalli states you have remembered. Nallamala forests are in? Uh, uh, so you can remember the hills of Andhra with one code. All of them ends with A. Nallamala, Erramala hills, Palkonda, and Velikunda hills. So these are the ones which are mentioned in your NCERT. So all those ending with A are in Andhra Pradesh. Okay. Now next one you can see Javadi hills. See, if you have atlas, you can see all the hills of Tamil Nadu will end either with I or Y. Javadi, Chevroi, Mahendragiri, all these hills you can see in the atlas also now or after going home, that mostly 99% of the hills of Tamil Nadu will end with I or Y. Okay, so this way you can remember. So here you have one hill given Javadi Hills. Okay, so Javadi Hills is in Tamil Nadu. That's it. Again, Velikonda is given Nallamala, Velikonda, Palkonda. So AA, these are in Andhra Pradesh. That's it. Okay. So again, these three things are there, right? Peninsular mountains, Ganga Brahmaputra. So these are well discussed in the class now. Again, you will find the same things here also. So just see at home. Let us go to physiography. Okay, physiography. First, let us take this northern and northeast mountains. Okay, you have it is bit of okay. So you have 8 facts in the first one. So please see them in the north and northeast mountains. Okay, the first fact is in the fourth line. Some of the important ranges are Greater Himalayas, Greater Himalayan ranges, Trans Himalayas, and Middle Himalayas. So Greater, Trans, अच्छा middle ना, Shivaliks. So this is too much confusing. If you want, you can ignore also. This is the first fact. Okay. Next, in your book there is given, right, the next paragraph, the general orientation. You can ignore that. It is like left to right, south to north, all that is given. You can ignore that. Now come to Kashmir and Northwest Himalayas. That is important. Okay. So from here, please be cautious. A lot of facts would be coming. If you don't remember now, later on it will be difficult for you. So first one, Kashmir or Northwest Himalayas. 11 facts we have here. The first one is comprises series of ranges: Karakoram, Ladakh, Jaskar, Pir Panjal. We will see. See, first one is cold desert which lies between Great Himalayas and Karakoram ranges. How will you remember this? So I remember this way. So cold desert is between Greater Himalayas and Karakoram. Okay, so you have these things are important actually. You have to remember. So somehow, if not this code, you remember it is between cold desert is between Greater Himalayas and Karakoram ranges. Okay. Now the next fact is between Great Himalayas and Pir Panjal range lies the famous Dal Lake and Kashmir Valley. Okay. So I remember this as GDP. So Dal Lake is between Great Himalayas and Pir Panjal. Okay. So this is the second fact. Okay. Third fact is immediate line Baltoro and Siachen. Okay. Baltoro and Siachen is very important. These are the glaciers that you need to know. Okay. Fourth fact is the Kashmir Himalayas are famous for Kareva formations. So Karevas in Kashmir Himalayas. This is one fact you have to know. For the cultivation of saffron. See, a small box is given. Na? Karevas are the thick deposits of glacial clay. So just remember that. Now, come to sixth fact. Some of the important passes are Zozila on the Great Himalayas. Okay? Zozila on Great Himalayas. How will you remember? Zozila on Great Himalayas. I remember that Z is the greatest alphabet, na? A is the smallest, Z is the largest or greatest. So that is why it is in Great Himalayas. So now Zozila lies in Greater Himalayas. Okay. The second one you have see Banihal on Pir Panjal ranges. So Banihal on Pir Panjal ranges. See, all these are very important because recently a lot of the highest cable bridge of the world or the largest train route through these passes only they are being laid to improve the connectivity. So they are very much in news. So now if you do not understand them later on while studying that news also they will not sink in. Also you have to remember that without like this knowledge will help you in knowing other things also. For example, this environment part. So you will not be able to understand that environment without this geography knowledge, na? Also places in news also new places in news are always there. The places are there, just they are in news. So it is very important to know these places. Okay, the second one is Banihal Pass in Pir Panjal, right? So, like how I remember is we have to ban pan. Okay, Banihal, Pir Panjal. So there is this something like the pan problem is so high that Indians can turn Taj Mahal into Red Fort by spitting. Okay, so that is the reason we have to ban this pan. So Banihal, Pir Panjal. Next, Fotula on Jaskar. Fotula, it is there na in all the books. So Fotula on Jaskar. So how will you remember? Uh, so Jaskar or Jaskar. So I remember that just a photo. Just a photo. Jaskar Fotula. Okay, you can remember that way. Next one, Kardungla on Ladakh range. So Kardungla on Ladakh. How will you remember? I remember like cars mostly ladka boys use karte na. So Kardungla, Ladakh, I have remembered. You can, I know that most of girls also drive these days, but just for the convenience of code, Kardungla, Ladakh. So if you have any other codes also, you just try to remember. This is my way of remembering. Now there are some important lakes you see, Dal and Wooler Lake. These are freshwater lakes. Salt water, see for salt water na, there is this code, so is there, TSO, so Mururi, Pongang, so these are salt water lakes. Okay, right? These are 8 facts. Ninth fact is that, see, after few lines you have this, do you know some famous places of pilgrimages? Vaishno Devi, Amarnath cave. This Charari Sharif is something which everyone has missed and they have asked in 2022 examination. So where is this Charari Sharif? So it is in this Kashmir Ladakh region. So most of us were not knowing. Okay, this is the ninth fact. Okay, the 10th fact you can see that, see, Srinagar city is located on Jhelum river. Okay, this will you remember? Srinagar city is located on the Jhelum river. See, the important feature is that actually we have discussed that usually a river in its younger state is very much like a rapid. You have waterfalls and meanders are the features of the mature and older stage of the river. But surprisingly, here this Jhelum river in its young stage itself forms meanders near the Srinagar city. Okay, so this is very important. So Jhelum river forms meanders at this. So if anyone cannot remember this, Srinagar is on Jhelum river, you can use the code. I remember in the initial times like Jai Shri, like whatever god, Jai Shri Ram or Jai Shri, whatever the god, Srinagar, Jhelum, Jai, like that you can remember. Okay, that's it. Okay, so with that we are done with the Kashmir region. So now you can say na, cold desert lies between Karakoram. Good. And this Kardungla, Ladakh. Right. Okay. Dal Lake lies between GDP was the code. Na? So this way you will remember the things. Now next coming to Himachal and Uttaranchal Himalayas. So here you have 6 facts. The first one is this part lies between Ravi and Kali river. Okay, that is known, Ravi and Kali. Second fact is it is drained by Indus Ganga. Okay, known. Third fact is in the continuous paragraph after some time. You can see. Okay, this Lahore and Spiti are in Ladakh region. So just know them. Lahore and Spiti these days are in news in Ladakh region because these days protests are going on. Na? This, what is that guy's name? Sonam Wangchuk. So they are, why are they fighting for? Sixth schedule and all. Good. So this Lahore and Spiti are important. Next, there are these are greater Himalayas and all. See, local names are there, right? Dholadhar in Himachal Pradesh and Nangtiba in Uttaranchal. So you have to remember this thing. This is the third fact. Okay. Fourth fact is hill station. See, which one? Acha, the local names of the Himalayas is this Dhauladhar and Nangtiba. It is not given in your book, na? In the new books, okay. Dhauladhar is in Himachal Pradesh and Nangtiba in Uttaranchal. Okay. Done. So this is the third fact. See, you see, underline these hill stations, na? Dharmshala, Masuri, Shimla, Kausoni, uh, Almora, Lansdowne, Ranikhet. So these are the hill stations you have to remember. Okay. In the next paragraph, in the middle lines, you have to know a small concept. Okay. In the Greater Himalayas, we will be studying in the vegetation chapter. Actually, it will be like this now. So in the Greater Himalayan region, we have some grasslands called alpine vegetation. Okay, alpine vegetation is there. Here, good amount of grass is there in the summer region. Okay, summer region. Now, some tribes are living here. Okay, these tribes goes to this region in the summer region because the cattle will be having the alpine grass and they will have good growth. So they go in the summer season and in the winter season they come back to the lower region because now in the winter season the climate is very harsh here. So these grasslands are called by local name Bugyals. Okay, Bugyals are the grassland, G for grassland, and Bhutias are the tribe. So T, tribe. Okay, got it? And that too in the great Himalayan regions. So they go to very top of the Himalayas in the summer seasons. So this you have to remember. So there is this thing now, inhabited by Bhotias, nomadic groups who migrate to Bugyals. So now if someone says what are Bugyals, you will be aware now. These are grasslands. And Bhutias are tribes. And which season? Summer season they go there. Right. Now this is asked in your examination, the famous Valley of Flowers. Valley of Flowers is there. So Valley of Flowers is in Uttarakhand region. So it is a part of Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve. So in UPSC exam they have asked this. So just if you know that this Valley of Flowers is in Uttarakhand, the answer would be done. Okay. Famous pilgrimage places na? Gangotri, Yamunotri, Kedarnath, Badrinath. One place is there, Hemkund Sahib. So this is also asked in the UPSC examination, prelims. So everyone knows this Gangotri, Yamunotri, Kedarnath. Hemkund Sahib is something forgotten or left. So they have deliberately asked this point only. So this is in the Uttarakhand region and this is a Sahib means Sikh place, Sikh pilgrimage. Not for the Hindus. For the Sikh religion, this Hemkund Sahib is very important. Deliberately they have asked this in the examination. Okay. So we are done with the 6 facts. Right. Now, third one, we are done with the Kashmir and Uttarakhand region, Sikkim region we are going. So, Darjeeling and Sikkim Himalayas. So, you can underline in the 4th line, known for its fast flowing rivers such as Teesta. So, this question is also asked. The only trick, they have kept this question in 5-6 lines. Like no one was knowing where this Teesta gets started from. Everyone is focusing that this Teesta is in news because we have a conflict with Bangladesh. Okay, but then where it is originating? So in the examination, we were thinking that whether it originated in Jharkhand or in West Bengal itself, or is it coming from Bangladesh to India this way? But then it is in Sikkim. So please underline this thing, known for its fast flowing rivers such as Tista. Okay. Then the next point is the higher reaches of the regions are inhabited by Lepcha tribes. Very important. So Lepcha tribes are in Sikkim. So Lepcha tribes, Sikkim, right there. Now after few lines you can see these lines. The British, taking advantage of physical conditions such as moderate slope, thick soil, organic content, okay, well distributed rainfall, introduced tea plantations in this region. You can remember by the code ROWS, ROWS. R for rainfall, O for organic content, W for winter, S for slopes. So for mains examination also you can write all the points immediately. So why this ROWS? Rainfall, organic content, winter, slopes, moderate slopes. So all these features are very conducive for the growth of tea plantations in this Darjeeling region. Okay. So that is the third fact. See, fourth fact is very important. After 3 lines you can see absence of shivaliks. In the place of shivaliks, here we have duars. Very important this is. So you do not have the 3 layers, 3 stages, which is greater Himalayas, middle or lesser Himalayas, and shivaliks are there in the western side only. So shivaliks is a concept which is applicable only for the western mountains, western Himalayas. Here in place of shivaliks you have duars. So very important, please underline duars. So these duars are only developed into tea gardens. This question is also asked, various types of orchids. Orchids. See, you have to remember that, you may get the doubt what orchids are only in this place. Even in this Kashmir region, apple orchards are there, Himachal also are there. See, these are naturally found without any alien introduction. So they need not be cultivated by themselves. They are native to this region. So that is the reason they have asked in the examination also, like which region of the Himalayas is famous for orchids. So if you know that these things, the Sikkim Himalayas and eastern side, you will get the answer. Okay, so that's it. Now come to Arunachal Himalayas. The first point is in the second line, they extend from Bhutan to Dipu Pass. Please underline this Dipu Pass. So Dipu Pass is in between Arunachal Pradesh and Myanmar. Is it not there in the new book? It is there. Okay, Dipu Pass. That is the first fact. Second fact, in fourth or fifth line you can see peaks are Kangtu and Namcha Barwa. Okay. Okay, Kangtu and Namcha Barwa. So these are very important. I remember by code Arun ka naam. Arun, Arunachal Pradesh, Ka Kameng, Kangtu, and Namcha Barwa is Naam. Arun ka naam. In Arunachal Pradesh, Kangtu and Namcha Barwa is there. You can see this. Now, there are some rivers like Kameng, Subansiri, Dihang, Dibang, Lohit. All these are tributaries of Brahmaputra, which we will see tomorrow only. Okay. So, next page you are seeing that there are these are perennial and high rate of power potential. So, very important, Arunachal Pradesh has the highest hydroelectric power potential in the country. Okay. So there are some tribes given in your book, right? Monpa, Dafla, Abor, Mishmi, Nishi, Nagas. That too they have given in order, okay, from west to east. So how you can remember is, how I remember is, okay. So Mompa, Dafla, na? Abor, Mishmi, Nishi, and Nagas. So because it is mentioned in the book only, the order you have to remember. Monpa, Dafla, Abor, Nishi, and Nagas. Okay. See, if you don't get connected now, you just in your free time make a different code also to remember. Right. Right. That's it. Okay. So next you have eastern hills and mountains. Eastern hills and mountains. In the fifth or sixth line, can you see this Patkai boom? So Patkai boom, Naga hills, Manipur hills. Everything is known. Only this Patkai boom is important. So Patkai boom lies between Arunachal Pradesh and Nagaland. So please write there. Patkai boom. So for example, if in the examination, if it comes like Kaziranga National Park is a part of this Patkai boom. So not so. Kaziranga is in Assam and Patkai boom is in Arunachal and Nagaland at that side. So not so like that. You can see. Okay. Next, Patkai boom is done. The second point is after few lines you have Mizo or Lushai hills. Okay. So Mizo hills are also called Lushai hills. Please underline. In the next paragraph, you see Barak is an important river in Manipur and Mizoram. Okay. So this is very important. Barak is an important Manipur and Mizoram. So I remember this Mani missed in bar. Manipur, Mizoram, Barak. Okay. So I have told you now this Loktak Lake. So Loktak Lake is also in Manipur. After few lines, there is this called Mizoram, which is known as Molasses Basin. Okay. So Mizoram is called Molasses Basin. You have to remember. So what is Molasses Basin? I have also searched at many places. Everywhere it is telling the same thing. Because of this unconsolidated deposits, it is called Molasses Basin. So that's it seems. So we have to know that this Molasses Basin is majorly Mizoram. So that's it. In the last lines, you have this now. The tributaries of Chindwin, which in turn is a tributary of Irrawaddy of Myanmar. So they have asked this also. If you know that Irrawaddy river is in Myanmar, then the answer can be done. Okay? Right. Okay. So northern mountains. So northern mountains, just now I have told her. Can you recall the four? First is plains. Did I tell mountain? Sorry. Plains. Babar, Terai, Bangar, right, Khadar. So where the water gets disappear? Babar. Okay. Name itself disappeared. Okay. Terai, yeah. Bangar is old and this is new. That's it. That is only there in your book. One more fact is there that you know Indus and Ganga river system. This place is important. Haryana and Delhi forms the water divide between Ganga river system and Indus river system. Please underline that point. Na? In the 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph, middle lines, the states of Haryana and Delhi form a water divide between Indus and Ganga. Okay, that's it. Now we are going to peninsular plateau. other everything you can see. One reading will give you good understanding. Now see Peninsular Plateau, just one more page. Please bear. Today only is the what to say, a bad day. From tomorrow you will have some good things. This is very boring literally. Okay, Peninsular Plateau. You can see in the fourth or fifth line, Delhi Ridge in the northwest. Rajmahal Hills we have underlined na Jharkhand. Again, Cardamom Hills are in Tamil Nadu. Good year. Tamil Nadu. Shillong is done. Karbi Anglong, Assam. So next you have this Hazaribagh Plateau. Hazaribagh is in Jharkhand. Okay. Next you have this Palamu Plateau. Na? Palamu Plateau. See, Palamu, there is a Palamu Tiger Reserve is also there. Huh? Jharkhand. So Palamu, Jharkhand. Please underline. Na? Palamu is in Jharkhand. Ranchi is in Jharkhand, you will know. Malwa Plateau is in Madhya Pradesh. Good year. Madhya Pradesh. Okay. Then Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu. Right. So after like in the same paragraph, if you go in between, some of the important physiographic features of this region are tors, block mountains, rift valleys, spurs, bare rocky structure, hummocky hills. All these things are there. Now, these features you have to remember. See, what are these? Are nothing but the shapes of rocks which are given. For example, imagine this is a rock. Okay, then wind and soil and temperature, everything will be acting, and after some millions of years you will be seeing this kind of rock where bottom may total gone up to here, where wind is acting, here a rock is there. So these kind of hills are called tors, hummocky hills, and all these things which are given in your book. So they are just the structures of the rocks in the plateau region. Okay, right. After, in the next paragraph, can you see Bhima fault? Bhima fault. So Bhima fault is in Karnataka and Maharashtra, between Karnataka and Maharashtra. Please write there. Already we have seen one fault, na? Malda fault in West Bengal. So now Bhima fault is this region, Maharashtra region. Okay, there in the last line, you have this ravines and gorges of Chambal, Bhind, Morena. Okay, so this term ravines is very important. Okay, so ravines mean a very large valleys with lot of disturbed topography in the bottom. Like this land is unfit for anything. No cultivation, water is not there. That is the reason this dacoitry is popular. Did you see this Telugu movie Khaki? Karthi is there in that. So there, the movie is based on this concept only. So ravines of Chambal Dongalu, we say in Telugu. So Chambal are very important. So this is there. So underline this. Ravines are found in this Madhya Pradesh and this region only mostly. Bin, Morena, and all these things. Okay, right. Now come to Deccan Plateau. So Deccan Plateau, you have this Satpura in the third paragraph. You see, sorry, third line. Satpura. Satpura is in Madhya Pradesh. Maikal ranges are in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Mahadev hills are also in Madhya Pradesh. Okay. Now, Sahyadri are there. Sahyadri in Maharashtra. Actually, Western Ghats is known by different names locally. For example, Sahyadri is in Maharashtra and Nilgiris in Karnataka. and Annamalai Hills and Cardamom Hills in Kerala. You can see in the last line, sorry, in between only, in my book it is last line. So Anaimudi, the highest peak of Peninsular Plateau, is located on the Annamalai Hills, followed by Dodabetta on Nilgiris. So underline that, we have already discussed now. Eastern Ghats, do you remember I have told you? J starting. Jindagada in Andhra Pradesh. Araku I told na? Andhra Pradesh, the highest peak. So this question is asked in the examination. Your last line, see, the eastern and western Ghats meet each other at Nilgiris. So in the place of Nilgiris, they have given 4 options. Some Mahendragiri, some Baba Budan Hills, some 3 options are fake and 1 is Nilgiri. So you have to know that the western Ghats and eastern Ghats meet at Nilgiri. This is asked recently only. So whatever the PYQs I am telling, they are from 2015 only, because before that, after 2013, okay, this is one thing. Sorry. So whenever you are preparing, now you will be taking lot of PYQs. So the PYQs before 2013 are different. Before 2011, there is an optional in prelims. Do you know that? There is optional in prelims, which means if you take history as optional for mains, in prelims also they will ask you history objective questions, geography objective questions. Okay, now what will happen is that if you see the questions before 2011, what will happen? The optional standard questions you will be seeing and practicing. So don't, that is not required. So after 2011 only, please pay attention. Okay, so just one page we have seen the Central Highlands. Central Highlands. So in the Central Highlands, you can see this thing called Burchans in the middle. Burchans. Okay, that you have highlighted. Although that is in the desert also. Sand dunes. In the next paragraph, in the middle, you can see Banas, the only significant tributary of river Chambal, that originates in Aravalli in the west. So Banas is a tributary of Chambal. Okay, this Chambal will again go and merge with Ganga through other tributaries. Okay, so Banas, Chambal is very important. Next, Northeast Plateau. In the Northeast Plateau, see last few lines, you have this Meghalaya Plateau. So in Meghalaya Plateau, you have some rich minerals such as coal, iron, iron ore, sillimanite, limestone and uranium. You know how they ask this question? They have asked this key, in India there is no sillimanite reserves. Okay, so if you know that, yes, in at least in Meghalaya these are there, you can remember. So this way you can have this code if you want. It is Silli ICU, sillimanite, limestone, iron, coal, uranium. So uranium reserves are also here in Meghalaya, please remember. Okay. Now next you have this, as a result Meghalaya Plateau has a highly eroded surface. Cherrapunji displaced rocky surface is there, but you know why Cherrapunji is famous for? Highest rainfall of India. So what is the average mean rainfall of India? So 120 centimeters. Okay, is of India, and that of Cherrapunji is 1200. Okay, so 1199 something. So you can remember this way. So this is the average rainfall for India. So 120 centimeters or 1200 millimeters. Okay, so much higher. Now come to Indian desert. So Indian desert, we have already read these things. Burchans, you can underline in middle. Marustali also, you can underline. Now this is there now. This something is there. A park at Akal and marble deposits around Bramsar. So this Akka, you can know that. Okay, while reading you will understand, not an issue. So other than that, see, in the last but few lines, Luni River, most of the rivers in the deserts are ephemeral. You know what are ephemeral rivers? Huh? Yeah, yeah. So ephemeral means they will have a start point but no end point. Means they will not drain into any other river or any other water body. So just somewhere like this they end abruptly somewhere. So there is no end point. Ephemeral disappear in the land itself. Okay. So the most important ephemeral water body in India is Luni. Okay. There you have Luni River. So Luni River is important. In the last but one line, you have this playa. So we have discussed now what is playa? Salt water lake. So opposite of oasis. Right. So in the coastal plains, you can see the coastal plains may everything you will know that emergent, submergent, all this we have discussed. There is one point which you need to highlight is in the last but one paragraph, Kyles. Kyles. So these are the backwater which are formed by the coast. You know how Kyles are formed? Actually, see, huh? Yeah, yeah. So this is, imagine this is a land and this is sea. Okay. So now what happens is that the water waves and currents, tides, all this will be coming to the coast now. So they will cross this land and come this side, come this side. Now after some time, here some other boundary is formed and here there is another boundary which is already existing, and these waters we call as the backwaters, kyles or lagoons. So where all these boat races and very high tourism potential wala things are there na? And huh? LAP. So all these things you can, these are these kyles. So lagoons basically in the local language we are referring them as lagoons. Sorry, kyles. Okay, that's it. And then, okay, now in the islands we have discussed everything. Na? So in the, you can see in fifth or sixth line there is something called Richie's Archipelago and Labyrinth Island. So these are part of Bay of Bengal. So Richie's Archipelago and Labyrinth Island are part of Bay of Bengal islands. Okay. After few lines you can see Andaman and Nicobar are separated by 10 degrees channel. Okay. So between Andaman and Nicobar you have 10 degrees channel. ANT. Andaman, Nicobar 10. Okay. Again you can see Barren Island is in Nicobar Islands. Okay. Barren Islands is in Nicobar Islands. So actually this barren island was in news 3-4 years ago, which suddenly has become active and they have asked immediately question on that. So that is important. And so there is in the next paragraph you can see 11-degree channel. So 11-degree channel is between Amini Island and Cananur Island. 11 degrees between Amini and Cananur. Okay, that's it. Okay. So it was just how many pages? 10 pages, and see how much deadly facts are there in this book. So that is why, so just lame reading without improvising upon the existing facts, or without having kept them in memory, then this reading, a partial reading of even 100 times is will not lead anywhere. Okay, so this way I have made, I think, almost everything that is there in the book. If you just go and sit and read now for 2-3 hours, these two chapters will be done perfectly. Okay, so please revise. So in the morning we can have some question and answer session. So I know that today it is little boring now. From tomorrow it will not be there. Some sync will be there from one topic to another topic. Some link and connections will be there. Then you will feel somewhat okay, something is going on. But here only facts are there. So, but you will have to do somehow, na? If not this way. So that's it for today. And tomorrow we will discuss the drainage and soils and some resources. Okay. So that's it. Thank you. Okay. So did you start with geography yesterday? I mean, after the class, did you try to open the book and see the things? So did you finish with the first two chapters? So I'll ask you just few questions and then we'll move to the next partner. So what are bugyals? But Bhutias are the tribes and bugyals are the grasslands. Yeah, yeah. So in the northeast Himalayas, instead of shivaliks, we have something else, duars, and these duars are famous for plantation, tea cultivation. Okay. So can you name any ephemeral river? Luni. Yes. Cardamom hills are in, so mostly Kerala, right? So what is the tributary of Chambal? We have seen one only. Huh? B is the starting letter. Huh? Banas. So Banas is a tributary of Chambal, and Chambal is again a tributary of Yamuna, and Yamuna is tributary of Ganga. Okay. So what are Burchans? Right. And Labyrinth Islands refers to? Hmm. Right. Playas? Playas. Kayals? Backwaters. Right. So in which part of Himalayas you see a lot of hill stations developed by British? Dunes and lesser Himalayas. Right. So Srinagar is on the banks of which river? Khadar refers to? Khadar, that is terai. Re-emerges is terai. New alluvium. Yes. So Eastern Ghats and Western Ghats meet at? Right. The highest peak of Eastern Ghats and Western Ghats? Jindagada in Eastern Ghats, Anaimudi in Western Ghats. Right. So Konkan coast refers to Goa and Maharashtra. Utkal plains. Right. Dafla, Abor, these are tribes. In which? Arunachal. Khyber Pass, is it in India? Hmm. So for Manas Rover Yatra, what are the two passes that we studied yesterday? Nathula. Right. So what is the north-south extent in degrees? Yeah, what is the difference between the easternmost and westernmost longitudes? 29, 30 degrees. What is the difference in the day and night temperature in the northern part and southern part? 5 hours. Right. China is the second largest country in the world. Is this statement correct? Third largest. Right. Okay. So which is submergent coast? Emerged coast. West is submerged. Emerged. And in which coast you find the natural ports? Right. So dikes, uh, rocky structures, hummocky hills. So all these are a feature of plateau hills or plains. Plateau. Okay. So the largest island of Lakshadweep is? Right. I think you have revised well. All the hills also you have studied, na? Rajmahal hills, all those. I hope you have gone through map pointing once. Okay. So in today's class, it will be a short class only. We are dealing with two things. The first one is soils, and the next one is drainage. Okay. So only these two classes. Tomorrow it will be climate and natural vegetation, and this book will be over. So, but the important thing is that apart from this book, if you don't do your part of mapping exercises and places in news, so hardly see from this book 2 questions may come, and indirectly at most 3 or 4. but other part you have to do the mapping. Okay, so first we will take up soils, the easier ones, and then come to drainage. Okay, so we have plains, mountains, and hills. No, sorry, plains, mountains, and plateau. So if you have to arrange them in area wise, so how would you arrange? So which occupies the within India? Plateau will be the highest. Okay. Hmm. Okay. See. Okay. So let me tell you this way. So what you said is geologically, if you arrange, this is right. Plateau occupies the highest one. So physiographically, if you arrange, yes, plains occupy almost 42%. Mountains occupy 32%. Almost 30%. The rest is plateau. So this is the order. Plains. Okay. This is one thing. And if you have to arrange of the total area of India, if you have to arrange them in this way, so what would be the first one? Forest. Yeah, this is the order. So agriculture occupies 55%. And forest is the least, it occupies 21% as per the Forest Survey of India. Okay. So this is for settlement, industries, all these things. Okay. Human settlements. Okay. So these things you will be studying in environment also. So now why I have highlighted this thing is because see, if you consider this way or this way, the thing is that everywhere soils are present. Okay, be it in mountains, hills, or plains, plateaus, everywhere soils are present. So now the topic for discussion is soils. So it is just in your book now. It is like, is anyone still writing? You can see. So in your book it is hardly 3 pages. In the new book it is not at all there. So yesterday we have discussed that NCERT as part of rationalization they have taken off, but still that is very important. So okay, so just 3 pages are there in your book. Okay, so if you want to divide the soils now, so basically the soil survey of India and many other geological survey of India, they have divided the soils in their, like in your book it is given, so like aerosols, insectisols, something. So that is not needed. The only thing we are bothered about is from the administrative perspective. So in this book majorly that is only covered, the soils. Okay, so let us see that now. So in the form of a table only. Soil. So can you recollect the names of some soils? Alluvial, black, red, laterite, and arid soils, saline soils, peaty soils, forest soils. So these are the different types of forest soils that are given in our book. So first we will be seeing about their origin, how each soil is formed, where they are found, and they are rich in, poor in, crops grown, and some unique feature about each soil. Okay, so we have 8 types of soils. So this is not there in the book, the table. You can note it down slowly. So okay, if you can help me out, alluvial soils, they are, how do they form? Deposition of the rivers. So deposition of the rivers. Okay, black soils. So yes, volcanic. So what happens is that due to volcano, some lava comes out and that lava gets cooled down later on, and that is the black soil. Okay, so this is there. Okay, red soil. So this is also same. So this is also due to igneous rocks. Right. Laterite soils. So laterite soils are found in the area. See, previously whatever soil might have existed there, but due to high rainfall and high temperature. So if these conditions are there in an area, then laterite soils would be found. Okay, right. Arid soils. Yes, desert means high temperature, no rainfall or low rainfall. Right. Okay. Now, how are saline soils formed? So, I'll give you a hint by which you can try to connect. So, saline soils are found predominantly in 2 areas, that is in Rann of Kutch in Gujarat and Sundarban region of West Bengal. So which means they are formed by, yeah, seawater intrusion into the land. Okay, seawater intrusion. Okay, there is another reason also why saline soils are formed. So actually in the Gujarat and Rajasthan region, so it is predominantly desert region now. So what happens is that when at least slight rains falls also, that moisture comes out like erosion, and then, but what is there in the soil? Salt only. So that salt gets accumulated at one place in the crystalline form, and that forms the saline soil. Okay, so this crystalline form of erosion due to small rain. And there is one more important saline soil formation factor also, that is man-made, which is very important. If you go to the green revolution areas in Punjab and Haryana also, due to over irrigation, that salt from the earth itself have come to the upper surface, and then that hole is getting damaged. So you have to remember these are human-made also. Okay, so human-made saline soils are also there in some areas. Now peaty soils. So peaty soils are found in areas where there is high rainfall and high humidity. Okay. So PT, if you see any places, na, it will be lot on the ground. All the leaves and some small branches, sticks, everything will be on the floor and very black in color. After rains, if you go to some village sites, you will be seeing these kind of soils. So PT soils are one thing. Okay. Now forest soils. So forest soils are like there is no unique factor. So at different places there are different types of soils within the forest. So that you will see. Now the most important one is where they are found. Okay, are you done with this? Okay, so where they are found. Alluvial soils, can you? So Indo-Gangetic Brahmaputra plains, we know this. So apart from this, East Coast, okay, East Coast means Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri basins, right. Also, one thing you will be forgetting that this Indus, Indo-Gangetic Brahmaputra plains are spread through some narrow, patch to Rajasthan and Gujarat as well. So this is important thing which you will be forgetting, and this point is only emphasized and asked in the exam. Okay, so many of us would be forgetting this. Okay, right. Now come to black soils. So black soils are found mostly in the Deccan Plateau region. So Deccan Plateau region, more predominantly Gujarat, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Telangana, AP, parts of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. So except Kerala, you can say. Okay. Okay. Now red and yellow soils. See, red soil and yellow soil, because of their origin, they are just beside to each other. Okay. So red soils are also predominantly, okay, you can not in Gujarat, Maharashtra. Other than that, Telangana, AP, Odisha, and some parts of Chhattisgarh. So this region, there is a map given in your book. We will see that one. So there it is found. Okay. Okay. Now come to laterite soils. So laterite soils means there should be high temperature and high rainfall, we told, no? So which means these are mostly in the hilly regions. Okay. Hilly regions of Assam, Odisha. See, yesterday we have seen lot of hills in Madhya Pradesh. Many of the hills are in Madhya Pradesh. So in that hilly regions also, and then also in Tamil Nadu. So wherever predominantly a chain of hills are there, a series of hills are there, this soil gets formed. Okay. So this is understand with respect to laterite soils. Arid soils. So arid soils are mostly in Rajasthan and various few portion of Gujarat. Right. So saline soils I have told you. So saline soils, two things only you have to remember. So the Gujarat, which is near to the coastal region, the Ran of Kutch, okay, and West Bengal, Sundarban region, right. Now PT soils. So PT soils, you know where they are found. So this feature you can see in the foothills of Himalayas. Predominantly we were talking this terai region, always wet, wet, wet. So it is at that place, and some vegetation is also there, we have seen. Na? So there it is found. So terai region is mostly with the PT soils, which means in the foothills of Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and some regions of West Bengal also. Okay. Right. Forest. So where do you find the forest? Just tell usually. Western Ghats, Northeast and Andaman Nicobar, and some Himalayan regions also. So Eastern Ghats is not considered a luxurious forest vegetative thing because of lot of cultivation is going on and lot of rivers crisscross the area, right? So that is why we are not considering it as a very good forest region, right? Western Ghats, Northeast, and Andaman Nicobar region, and the Northern Himalayas, right? This is there. Okay. Now we are discussing what this each of the soil are rich in. So you can remember this one, potash. Potash. So alu, potash. Right? Potash is the code. Now black soils. So black soils you can remember by code. I also remember that way only. Male, black male, magnesium, aluminium, iron, lime. Okay, black male. So although this potash is also present, so potash plus black male you will remember this way. Okay. Now red soil, see, because these are together we are telling now, here iron is the most important content. Okay, iron is the important content. So here you have to know that in this red soils now, the unique feature is that if this iron content is in the solid form, you call it as it is in red color. If this iron is in hydrated form, it is in yellow color. That is why you call them yellow soil. Okay. So because of this hydrated or crystalline nature of iron, this differences of red soil and yellow soil arises. Okay. Okay. So we are talking that in these types of soils, so if the iron content within the soil is in the crystalline form or solid form, we are calling them red soils. Now if that iron is in a hydrated form or little viscous form, then that red color turns into yellow. So that is why we call them yellow soils. Crystal hydrated. Okay. Now, so laterite soils. So you can remember that. Say in laterite soils, na, because of high rain and that too these are present in the hilly regions. Almost every part of mineral will be gone. Okay, the only things left predominantly are aluminium and iron. So this refers to laterite soils. Okay. So aluminium and iron are the important ones in laterite soils. So as per your book only. Now arid soils. So in arid soils you would find almost mostly salts only. Leave it. Saline soils also. Now PT soils, one unique thing is there. I'll tell you now. Okay, PT soils are good in humus and organic content. Okay, humus and organic content. Okay, now forests, most of the Indian forests are acidic in nature. Acidic in nature. Okay, most of the Indian forests are acidic. Right. Okay, so this is poor in, you can see one of the important code, NOP, nitrogen, organic content and phosphorus. So phosphorus, these are absent in almost every soil. Here also, except the PT soil. So PT soils have organic content. So because of this absence only, India is facing numerous problems that we have to depend on foreign countries for fertilizers. And a lot of subsidy burden is also there. So urea, NPK, you know, na? So nitrogen, phosphorus, potash. Okay, so these things are very important. So all of Indian soils, most of the Indian soils except this PT soil lacks NOP, nitrogen, organic, and phosphorus. Right. So other than that, nothing. Nitrogen is absent. Acha, only organic content is more. Okay, phosphorus is not there anywhere. Okay, organic and nitrogen is also okay. Okay, but then see, okay, I'll tell you. But then no cultivation happens there, so not an issue. So that is the reason India depends on imports for fertilizers. So can you name the place where India gets most of its fertilizers from? Uh-huh. Acha, Western Africa. Yeah, Western Africa also. So in the South America, we have this triangle ABC. So we get from there Argentina, Chile, Peru. So from that place. So although from everywhere of the world, but that is a hub for this phosphorus wala thing. So okay. Now poor in also we have got. So alluvial soils, what crops are grown? So actually this is the best soil, so all crops are grown, almost every crop is grown, but predominantly wheat, or else every crop is grown in alluvial soils. Okay, now black soils. So black soils, yes, cotton. So you can remember this code which is given in your book: tobacco, groundnut, maize, millet. I think this is not there. Okay. Along with cotton, these four things remember na? So actually black soil is very much important for groundnut. So cotton you will easily remember, but groundnut you may be forgetting, tobacco also. So please remember these two. Maize and millets are also okay, but then tobacco and groundnut are very important with respect to this one. Okay. Okay. So red soils also almost all the crops the same as this one only. But laterite soils are very important. This is asked in previous year question also. Laterite soils are very important for cashew cultivation. Cashew cultivation and similarly plantations. So I was referring na hills. So in these hilly regions, plantations. So you must be noting that now. Yesterday we have studied for the plantation crops, duars. No, duars only, right? Yeah. And today these laterite soils in the southern region, I mean peninsular region and other regions. That is in the Himalayan regions. Okay. So this is important. Arid region, what do they grow? Anyways we will see in the vegetation wala chapter. Mostly date palms you must be knowing na. So date palms and these kind of things, and mostly millets only. So no other crops are grown, right? So millets are there. In saline soils, what kind of vegetation is there? So Sundarbans only. So Sundarbans you must be knowing, these are coastal vegetation which you can see in the uh, in saline soils, the crops, see, no crops are grown, but then through Sundarbans only, these are kind of not so big trees, but not small crops also. So the middle level trees. So there we get lot of, the local people get lot of benefits from the Sundarban vegetation. So that you need to remember. So in PT soils also not much cultivation goes on, and in forest types we will see some things. Okay. Okay, in your book about each of them, one unique feature is given. Okay, so alluvial soils. So in alluvial soils, there is some important thing called concur. So if the concur concentration is high in the alluvial soil, it is good. Okay, if it is very less, then it is not so fertile in nature. Also, the alluvial content decreases from, you can, from the course of river, you can say yes, true. So from west to east, the alluvial content decreases, right? So at the mouth of the river, you know what is mouth of the river? The mouth is not at the start, it is at the end. Okay, so where it meets the sea. So at the mouth of the river, the what to say, the deposition is very high. That is the reason the alluvial content gets on decreasing. So in West Bengal and this Bihar, these regions, it is more fertile. And the more you come to starting stage, which means Uttarakhand and all, there the alluvial concentration is less. Okay, so this is given in your book. Now black soils. Okay, so black soils, you have to remember some keywords. These are clayey in nature. Okay, clayey in nature. And then if you irrigate this black soils, it will take so much time for the water to penetrate to the ground, which means it has a high moisture holding capacity. That is the reason in the rain-fed regions, especially in the South India, so these are also known as rigor soils. Also, sometimes when there is no rain at all, you know, if you see the black soil, I think everyone of you might have experienced this. Sometimes when you see the fields, a lot of cracks are there. Cracks. So that is why these are called self-plowing soils. So black soils are clayey in nature. The moisture retaining capacity is high. So in rain-fed areas, it is very important. This is also called rigor soils. And the self-plowing soils, these are also called self-plowing soils because of the cracks, right? About red, I have told you the unique feature. If the iron content is in the crystalline form, it is red. If it is in hydrated, it is yellow, right? Okay, now come to laterite soils. So laterite soils, the word later refers to brick in Latin language, which means these laterite soils are broken in such a way that literally people take these things, sorry, and then they construct the houses also with the laterite soil bricks. So natural made bricks these are. So these are the bricks which you can use for construction. Not big buildings, but at least a decent house for the locals can be built. Okay. So now these arid soils and okay, saline soils we are not bothered about. In arid soils, a lot of fertilizers and many good crop rotation and every good practices are made. So with that only, so because in the Punjab and Haryana region, with scientific advancements in irrigation and fertilizers, pesticides and all this, these are also put to rigorous use, and that is the reason now Punjab is the highest in terms of yield. No, may not be in terms of production. Production also it competes with UP and other states, but in terms of yield, it is one of the, not one of the highest one. Okay, so because these arid soils, in spite of their defectiveness, absence of these minerals and all, not being fertile, but yet through scientific advancements, these are put to lot of use. Okay, so this thing you have to remember. and regarding this not much is given in your books, so we'll see this. Okay, so this is the important thing about soils. So if you keep reading in the paragraph form, it will be too difficult. Now things are clear now. Good. So if I'll have 2 minutes to just see or go through it or write or whatever. Okay, so we'll move to the next chapter, drainage. Okay, so just for introduction, all of you know that India is land of rivers like this. I need not introduce now. All of you are aware, and prelims exam is too much near. So the thing is that we have almost 14 major river basins in India. Okay, and hundreds of minors. You can see. Okay, these 14 are the ones which we should be focusing. Okay. So while you start reading this chapter now, you will be coming across some terms. Catchment area, drainage, basin, watershed. So what does this refers to? Okay, so by name itself, catchment area means the river is something is getting caught, catch. So which means the area where if this is the river, so there would be some area where the water would be coming. It is caught here and brought here, caught here and brought here. Okay, brought here. So this way, from all these regions where water comes is catchment area. Okay, drainage, simple by name itself, where it drains. Now this is the river, so it goes here and drains some area, some area. So this is outward. Okay, so these 4 words are only mentioned now. Okay, now if this catchment is small in size, we call it watershed. If it is large in size, we call it basin. Okay. So these are the 4 terms which you would be coming across. You will see this. Okay. So next small thing. So in our book or anywhere, Indian drainage system is divided, or simply Indian river systems are divided into 2. You are most familiar with this, the Himalayan river system and Peninsular river system. So Himalayan and Peninsular. Okay. So, can you help me out with the differences? First is, yeah, so these are perennial and these are seasonal. And so these receives water from glaciers and rains also, but these are exclusively, highly dependent on rainfall. Okay, one thing. Next, so if you see the Himalayan rivers, there is three stage pattern. One, two. Okay, so you can find the river in its youth stage and the middle stage and mature stage. So in youth stage, yesterday we have seen the features now. Can you tell? Waterfalls, fast flowing, some rapids are there. So these are there. Okay. So in middle, you need not see. In mature stage, you will be seeing meanders and oxbow lakes. Oxbow lakes. Okay. But then here you will not see them. Okay. From start to end, almost it is all same. Okay. Right. Now, Himalayan rivers, the tributaries pattern, if you see, the tributaries are dendritic. Okay, which means if this is a river, they can come from anywhere. Okay, so it may be any course. But then in peninsular, it is rectangular. Okay, so rectangular means if this is the river, so almost like this. So there is visible pattern, which means to say here it can be anywhere and there is some set pattern for the rivers. Now here you can see there are no rift valleys. Okay, but here you can see rift valleys. Okay, so rift valleys, yesterday what are the rivers that we saw for rift valleys? Mahi also, right. So this is one thing. Yesterday we have seen something with respect to estuaries also. West flowing rivers. So which means here you have estuaries and here you don't have estuaries. Now, if you see the basin, so alluvial deposition. So these form the Himalayan Ganga basin is too vast in length. Okay, these form smaller alluvial basins. So Krishna, Godavari, Kaveri, these alluvial depositions, these plain areas are somewhat lesser. But then this Brahmaputra, Indus and Ganga, their alluvial depositions are too high. So they are larger basins than this one. Okay, right. Okay, so this way we will be seeing the things. Okay, so examples of Himalayan river systems are Indus, Ganga, Brahmaputra. And this one, you know, all the peninsular rivers. You can give some examples, Krishna, Godavari, Kaveri, all these things. So this is done. So now we will be seeing only in the next class now. So in Himalayan river systems, they have given only three. Indus, Ganga and Brahmaputra. Only three they have given. And here Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri, Narmada, Tapi are given. And after these are over, both Himalayan and Peninsular rivers are over, they have given some of the east flowing rivers and some of the west flowing rivers. Okay, a smaller in length. So that we will see in each state. For example, in Gujarat, in Karnataka. So each state may they have given three rivers. So that we will see. So with that, this chapter will be over. So first, let us start with Indus. Okay, Indus River. So actually, while highlighting in our book, I'll tell you one thing. In this book, in this chapter especially, you should know what should not be read. Okay, or else they have given lot of paragraphs like if Indus is there, well, how the Indus system in Tibet, what they call in Tibet, their local language, all that is given. So you should not go for that. Okay, so we will see. So you must be knowing that the difference between Indus river systems and Indus river. Okay, Indus river is within the Indus river system. Okay, so better I'll write Indus river system. Okay, right. So you know within the Indus river system, what are the rivers? Indus, Chenab. So we are writing in order, right? Okay. So RBS, CJI. So these three rivers, as per the what is that Indus Water Treaty, na? As per the Indus Water Treaty brokered by World Bank. So World Bank. So that time we have agreed that these three rivers will be the rights will be on for Pakistan and on this for India. Okay. So but recently we have suspended this, right? So this thing, blood and water will not flow together. So because of your terrorist activities, we have cancelled this one. Right. Okay. So with this, we will see Indus. So Indus is its origin is in Tibet in a glacier called Bokarchu. Okay, it is in Tibet. Jhelum, it is in Pir Panjal range. So what is in the which pass is in Pir Panjal range? Yesterday we have seen Banihal. Good. So Jhelum river originates in Pir Panjal range in Himachal Pradesh. Okay. Now Chenab originates in Himachal Pradesh by two rivers, so locally called Chandra and Bhaga. Okay, so Chandra and Bhaga, Chenab in Himachal Pradesh. Ravi, so Ravi in Himachal Pradesh only. There is a place called Rohtang Pass. Yes, near Kulu Valley. So Rohtang Pass in Kulu Valley. BS also same. Good year. Satluj again in Tibet. So the first one and last one are not within India, right? Okay. So the unique feature of India, Indus River, that you need to remember is that it flows in very small region of Ladakh Valley. Okay, so this is confined only to Ladakh region, and most of the tributaries of Indus comes from in Sulaiman ranges of Pakistan and Afghanistan. So lot of tributaries like Shiok, Nubra, Gastings. So all these things are there in your book. So, but none of them are in India. So that is the thing you have to remember. So for that is the reason no dams are also, no major dams are built in this. Only small projects for the local drinking water facilities and all. You must be knowing that Ladakh, it is a kind of desert region, and this population is very sparse. So the population is too little, and no cropping and all these are also not there. Vegetation also would not be there. So this is not majorly important from development perspective. So Jhelum. So Jhelum unique feature, yesterday itself we have discussed. Srinagar, and okay, saffron cultivation, that. So even in the youth stage, young stage only, it forms meanders. So meanders. Okay. Okay. So you also, yesterday we have seen this Dal Lake, Kashmir Valley. Now, now you have to remember this Wooler Lake also. So Wooler Lake. So there is something with this largest freshwater lake in India and all. And moreover, this is also a Ramsar site. Okay. So Wooler Lake lies within the Jhelum river. You have to remember that one. Okay. So now two important projects, Kishan Ganga and Uri. So these are the important dams which are in news that India is building, and obviously Pakistan will be opposing this, and then they are taking this to various international forums against, like you call these things riparian rights, upper riparian, lower riparian rights. So it is the so it is the right of Pakistan on these rivers, but India is building these dams. So India is telling that we are building only for some very high usages for drinking water and all these things. So remember these are in this. Okay. Now, so Chenab River, the unique feature is that this is the largest tributary. So if you are a Telugu, you can correlate this Chinna, but it is big. Chinna river, but big river. Chenab, largest tributary. Okay. So Ravi Valley, you have to know that it passes through Chumba Valley. Ravi River flows through Chumba Valley in Himachal Pradesh. So this is exclusively given in your book. So that is why remember this one. So this is one Ramsar wetland, and at base you have Harike wetland. Okay. Yes, Bias. Okay. Now Satluj flows through Shipkila Pass. So Shipkila Pass, Satluj. Okay. And with respect to Chenab, there are three dams, very important. Rattle Dam, Dulhasti, and Salal Dam. Okay, these are on Chenab, very important. because these are being built now and in controversy and taken to the international forums. So that is why these dams are important. Now in Ravi and BS we will not have any controversy, because these are our rivers only, we have full rights, so not there. In this Satluj river, there is one biggest dam, Bakranangal. So largest. Okay. So Bakranangal dam you have to remember. That's it. So this Rattle, Dulhassi and Salal projects are on Chenab river. So these things you have to remember. So that's it with respect to the Indus river that is in your book. Okay. Hmm. Done with this now? One of them. So I thought if we go in normal paragraph formats, it would not be interesting. That's why we made this one. Okay. It's good now? You are involved in this, right? Right. Right. Ganga river system. Okay. So Ganga river system, so before it forms actually Ganga, so it enters into the plains at a place called Haridwar and this Prayag. You must be knowing these things, Allahabad. So now, so before it forms as actual Ganga river, there is some story behind it. Some other rivers together form the Ganga river. So you must be knowing this code, well known. Okay. So this is Alkananda, A refers to. Okay. Alkananda, it forms Vishnu Prayag, right? Dhauli Ganga. So Dhauli Ganga plus Alkananda forms Vishnu Prayag. Okay. Bhagirathi and Alkanand forms Dev Prayag. Right. This Pindar and Alkanand forms Karn Prayag. So there is this, one second. Okay, this is MKR. So this is Rudraprayag. Again, Mandakini. Some Kali. Second. Kali Ganga. Okay, Kali Ganga. So these four prayags, after these four prayags, we call the river as Indus. So Ganga. So last night I have tried to see the order, like which prayag is first, and I went mad for half an hour. Like I'm not at all getting also which prayag is first. So just remember that these are the prayags before the river forms as Ganga. Okay. Done. Now we need to see the tributaries of Ganga. Ganga tributaries. Ramganga, Gomti, Ghagra, Gandak, Kosi, some Nanda. Which Nanda? Okay, we'll see. It is not there also. But then, this is the order also of the Mahananda, right? So Mahananda, these are the left bank tributaries of Ganga river. Okay. Now, actually, very interesting incident happened. So before the exam, so to my friends, we have made some code. Actually, the code is Ram gone to Agra and caught Nanda. Okay, so we have made this code, and in that year only, exactly the question was, they asked these 4 rivers to keep in order from left to right. Okay, so it was such a very nice event. So after the exam, we were happy. At least these codes are working out. So Ram gone to Agra. So Ramganga, Gomti gone, Agra, Ghagra, and Kosi caught, Mahananda, Nanda. So these are the left bank tributaries. Okay, right bank tributaries. See, there are many right bank tributaries, but we are concerned about Yamuna, Son, Damodar. Okay. So we will be seeing about Yamuna specifically because of two reasons. One is it is the largest tributary of Ganga. Okay, Yamuna. And second is these days it is too much in news, na? Delhi pollution, and the elections are also fought on this issue. So Yamuna river. So you must be seeing in news now, some women are taking their dipping into this foam filled, froth filled river, Yamuna. So that was political thing. Okay, so these rivers. So now you are done with Ganga river and its tributaries. Okay. Okay. See, out of Ganga, Brahmaputra, Indus. So which is the largest? Which is the largest? Huh? Yeah. So within India, Ganga is first, Brahmaputra is sorry, Indus system, na? This is second, and this is third within India. Now, in the world, yeah, Indus, then Brahmaputra, Ganga. So Ganga is the smallest if you compare whole worldwide, and within India, if you consider area wise, Ganga is highest. Got it? Yeah, China. So we will see that also, na? The Ganga tributaries. So these are done, na? Okay. Now Brahmaputra river. So it also has its origin in Tibet, which means we need not remember. Okay, and it enters into India at a place Namcha Barwa. So yesterday we have seen, right? So along with Namcha Barwa, we have seen some other hill also. K starting. Arunachal Pradesh, Kangtua, right? So Arun ka naam we have kept the code, right? Yeah, Namcha Barwa, right? One second. Hmm. So first listen the name of the river, then only will get connected to the code, or else it will seem all new. So because these are not frequently heard, other things you might have heard many a times. So the right bank tributaries are Sabansiri, Kameng, Sankosh, Manas. Okay, these are the important right bank tributaries. So the code is Sabka Sanman. Okay, Sabansiri, Kameng, Sankosh, Manas. Okay, so these are right bank tributaries. Okay, so like use Sanman someone with the right hand, that way you can remember. Okay, so this is right bank. Left bank, the code is Budi Dadi Ka loss. Okay, so this is Burhi Dibang. Dihang, this is. So this is Dibang. See all Dihang, Dibang this way, na? This is Dhansiri. Dihang, Lohit. Subansiri already done, na? This is Sikang. Kalang. So you can now say those ending with ang are at least northeastern rivers. So ang ending with this kind of pattern. So these are left bank tributaries. Burhi Dihang, Dhansiri, Dibang, Dibang. I always get this confused with this movie Dabang is there, na? Salman Khan. Dihang, Dabang, Dibang, something. Okay. So Brahmaputra. So now Brahmaputra from Assam flows into Bangladesh. So in Bangladesh, it meets the important tributary Tista. Okay, Tista. And then afterwards it is called Padma, and then later on it merges into Bay of Bengal. So this question was asked actually, Tista river. So everyone was thinking it's a tributary of Ganga. So it is not so. Okay, so left bank are done. Right. Okay, now, so we are done with 3 Himalayan rivers. Now peninsular rivers. So peninsular rivers, first Godavari. See, if UPSC wants to ask any question now, max what they would ask, either tributaries or which states they are flowing. Other than that, there are no much questions also. Now, if anything is in use, if any tributary is passing through some wildlife sanctuary or national park, that will be in use automatically. So that time you can remember. Okay. So now coming to Godavari. So it rises in Maharashtra only. Na? So Maharashtra. So, other than knowing that which state, so it you know the actually the states it flows is Maharashtra, small portion of Madhya Pradesh, and then Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh. So it drains the tributaries. So we have to know its tributaries only. Only that is the only issue that guys face. So tributaries. So Godavari is also called Dakshin Ganga. So Purna, Pranhita, Penganga, Vardha, Vainganga, Indravati, Manjira. Okay? Huh? Pranhita. Pranhita, Penganga, I didn't write Pravara. Okay? So these are the tributaries. Now they have asked in exam also, but then we will forget. So if you want to remember, there is one trick. So Purna purchased a pen and praised Vah Vah in his man. Okay, so this is much easier, na? So Purna River, purchased Pranhita, pen Penganga, Pravara praised, Va Vardha, Vainganga Va, in Indravati, Man Manjira. Got it? Manjira specialties, this is the largest. Okay? All both. So for south they have nowhere they have given left and right and all. At least because at least South India is somewhat, be it history or geography in the academic things, it is much neglected. So mentioning themselves, it is big thing. Boycott UPSC. Are recently this you have seen now? The new cadre policy have come 2 days ago. Now literally there is no chance for South Indians to be here. So literally you have to previously Northeast was kept as separate block. Now they had kept within the states. For example, Telangana. The next option is immediately Tripura. The next option is West Bengal. Arunachal Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh. The next option is Arunachal Pradesh. So, the chances, it is so randomized. So, in the name of integration, so actually the name officially they are telling this is for integration and all. But then actually what is happening is that these civil servants, if they are in their home state, So because of the familiarity, they are developing into some, what to say, very that bossism, or what to say, the power is power centers, they are becoming power centers. So that is the reason they want to destroy this thing. And then now a person, whatever rank he gets, the chances of getting the home cadre is very very less now. So it is like put in a lottery and take. So even there are some committees, there some committees are like just government will allot some state to the ranker and you will go there. So but that is very, what to say, nonsense now, because then government like nepotism and corruption, all these will be taking place. So they are not going to that extent, but now at least this randomized thing is there. So actually some of my friends now, they were even telling that from now instead of trying for UPSC, better try for the state services and settle here only. So what would we, like, how would we work in Nagaland or these kind of things? So it is their discretion. So but then, okay, we are not bothered about it. So the thing is, okay, actually you must be seeing this thing na, the cadre policy in last 2-3 days it is going on in the news. So notification is also delayed. But then see, the thing is that whatever happens, everything, that zeal should not go off, right? So civil service is civil service, IAS is IAS, wherever they are. So you please do not get affected by these things, and you should be ready to serve anywhere in the country, na? So that is there. So we should not stick so much to one place and do it. Okay. So the code is noted. Right. Okay. So now Tungabhadra region. Sorry, it is not Tungabhadra, na? Krishna river. So Krishna river also originates in Sahyadri ranges. Okay, Sahyadri ranges. So you can write the tributaries. Ghat Prabha, Malprabha, Tungabhadra, Tungabhadra, Koyna, Bhima, Malprabha, Musi. Okay, Musi. I think Musi is the largest one. We'll see. See, largest, longest, these are there. Largest in volume, it is Tungabhadra. Okay, so if you want, you can remember this way by using this code. Okay, the Krishna river tributaries, Ghatu, Kobi, Mamu. Or you can turn this anyways here, whatever way suits you. Okay, so I didn't had time during preparation, so I made some codes and it got synced in my mind. So it gets connected, okay, or else you change when you do your studies, na, that way. So with this, it is done. Okay, now it is very easy to remember the Kaveri tributaries. So Kaveri rises at a place called, some hills are there, Brahmagiri hills, in Karnataka region only. So in Karnataka, so only Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. So two states only the Kaveri river flows. Actually, the tributaries are very easy to remember because you can see these things. everything is named after women, the Kaveri river tributaries. So Amravati, Netravati, so Kabini, and also yesterday I have told one thing, na, all the hills of Tamil Nadu ends with I or Y. So same thing, the tributaries of Kaveri also. So Kabini, Amaravati, Hemavati, all these things. So we will see in the book. So with that, the drainage chapter will be done. If we learn about some of the, some are pending, we will see the tributaries of Yamuna here, and then some small rivers which are in that particular state only. Okay, so this is there. Also, one question. So if you have to arrange these two rivers and two hills, how would you arrange? Ranges. I mean, I want to arrange from north to south. Tapti. Okay. But this itself is an order. Okay. Sorry. From south to north. Okay. This itself. Yeah. So first, Tapti, Satpura. Achha, you told this way only, na? The order. Then so this is right. Okay. So just remember that in your books also it is mentioned. Okay. Right. So then we will go for the book and underline the things. So open the drainage chapter. So how did you feel now? You got familiarized with some of the rivers now? Okay. Himalayan drainage में. Okay, we will start directly with Indus system na. So Indus system. So Indus system, see in the first paragraph, a lot of numbers are given. You need not remember them. The numbers, ignore that. Instead of spending time on these numbers and these local names and all, try to see the course of the river in map. So where it is going, like where it is it entirely flowing in India and in Pakistan, where it is going and all. So see, take care of those things. So in the Indus river system, you have to remember in the first line, it is it originates from a glacier near Bokarchu, already discussed. See the second paragraph, na? Second paragraph, second line. So some tributaries are given: Shiok, Gilgit, Jaskar, Hunza, Nubra, Shigar. You need not remember this, but then the thing is that if these are given with respect to any other river, you have to at least know that okay, these are some kind of names. What to say? Not Indian in nature. So Shiok, Gilgit, all these are. So Britishers have named some of them. Okay, and these English names are with respect to the Indus river within the Indus river system, right? All that Tochi, Komal, Gurram, Kurram, all that you need not remember. Just okay. So Indus we are done. Jhelum also done, right? It is in Pir Panjal, Ular Lake done. Chenab also done. In the first line you can see largest tributary of Indus. So Ravi also you can underline Rohtang Pass, Kulu Hills and Chamba Valley. Okay. So in that Ravi river at the last there is this Dhauladhar ranges na. So yesterday we have seen this Dhauladhar, Himachal Pradesh, Nagthiba in Uttarakhand. The local names for the Shivaliks, right? Now Bias river also same Rohtang Pass. So you have to remember Harike wetland is important. See Harike. Now Satluj. So Satluj is at I have mentioned Tibet. Exactly if you want to know Manas Rover. So there Shipkila we have already seen. Okay, there is one concept na last but third line antecedent river. So I think you must be knowing some antecedent rivers. See, antecedent rivers means these are the rivers which have existed before the formation of the mountain. In this case, which is the mountain? Himalayas. Okay. So along with this, in our book 3 are given right there only you can remember Subansiri, Kosi and Satluj. These are antecedent rivers. So they exist before the formation of Himalayas only. Subansiri, Kosi, Satluj. Antecedent river. Okay. So now Ganga. So regarding Ganga, we have discussed all these prayags. Na? 4 prayags are there. You can see. After that, I don't think anything is there. Just come to Yamuna river. So Yamuna river because it is very much in news now. So you have to know one thing with respect to Yamuna. See, these are imagine Himalayan mountains, and this is Ganga. Okay, this is Ganga. So Yamuna is a tributary which starts here and comes and merges to with Ganga this way. Okay. So it also has its origin here only in this glacier called Bandar Punch. Okay, so this is the nature of Yamuna. That is why it is the longest tributary. So this we have discussed now Prayag, where Yamuna meets Ganga is Prayag. So where Ganga comes to the plains is Haridwar. Okay, done. So now you have the Yamuna tributaries. Now we are anticipating for the exam. You can write its tributaries. Chambal, Sindh, Betwa, Ken. CSB. Do you know CSB Academy is here? So you can remember that was CSB. Chambal, Sindh, Betwa, Ken. Now right bank tributaries are done. Left bank is 4 are there na? Hindan, Rin, Sengar, Varuna. So HSR we have studied in history na HSRA. So that was by whom? HRA, and under one guy na it converted into HSRA. Chandrasekhar Azad at a meeting that was held in Ferozshah Kotla Maidan mein. So all that you have read. So that way HSRA, HSRV. I remember, you can remember anyway. So So don't think that because I am standing here, I am imposing my codes or my version. You can be very creative and your own way of, different in remembering them smartly, right? So we are done with this thing. So Yamuna flows through how many states? Okay, four. Uttarakhand, Haryana, Delhi, UP. So Delhi, although it is a state, UT, na? So Uttarakhand, Haryana, Delhi, UP. After Delhi, it goes to UP and meets. Okay. So about Chambal, you have to remember one thing. So Chambal, um, on Chambal, you have this Gandhi Sagar Lake. So Gandhi Sagar Lake. Okay, how you can remember is that yesterday we have seen something about Chambal, na? So violent dacoitry is going on. So it is violent in nature, and there Gandhi, some peaceful person is there. You can correlate that. In the on the Chambal River, we have Gandhi Sagar Dam. Okay. One more important thing I want to tell regarding the tributaries of Ganga. See, we have mentioned that code na Ram, Gon, Gandak, all these things. In all these things, only first one and last one originates in India, which means Ram Ganga and Mahananda. So rest all whatever we taught in middle, Ghagra, Gandak, all these things, they are originating in Nepal or like Tibet. So not in India. You have to know this. Okay, na? Only the first one and last one tributaries originates in India. Okay, this one and this one. Okay, so you are highlighting now. So Gandak. So that is the reason you need not see whatever is happening outside India. Some streams are coming and forming this Gandak and all. Don't remember. Okay. See, for example, here only Gandak comprises two streams: Kali Gandak and Trishul Gandak in Nepal Himalayas. Not at all needed. Okay. Ghagra not needed. That Seti, Beri are not in India. Sarda River not in India. Kosi, Kosi is called the sorrow of Bihar, na? Kosi only, na? Because it is so young in nature that it flows very fast. So and its course gets diverted always frequently. So that is the reason floods are common in Bihar due to Kosi River. Okay. Now the same thing if you have to say with respect to sorrow of Bengal, Damodar River. So to deal this Damodar, okay, we'll come there. Kosi done, Ramganga done. In Ramganga, you see, this is given to like last year only. Gersain. See, the Ramganga is comparatively a small river rising in Gadwal Hills near Gersain. So Gersain is given in the option. Okay, so because this is Indian wala thing, you have to read at least that paragraph. Okay, so this Gersain was asked. Okay, now coming to Damodar. So very important, Damodar tributary is Barakar. In that only. Okay. Next, Sarda Saryu, not in India. Mahananda is in India. It starts in Darjeeling Hills. Of Darjeeling is in West Bengal. Right. So Son is very important. So we have discussed the right bank tributaries now. Yamuna, Son and Damodar. Yeah. So Son is important. Right. So it originates in Amarkantak Hills. So Amarkantak Hills are in MP. Now Brahmaputra. So Brahmaputra, if you want, you can remember that glacier which is not in India. Chamayungdong Glacier. Your wish. Namcha Baru. I think regarding Brahmaputra we have done completely. So that two codes are there. You will everything is taken care. You can ignore. Right? So peninsular river systems you can go through evolution. Okay. So river system of peninsular drainage. First you have this Mahanadi. You see Mahanadi. So Mahanadi. So it rises in Chhattisgarh and flows to Odisha. And in Odisha it goes to. So okay. Next come to Godavari. So Godavari I have told na Dakshin Ganga. So all with respect to Godavari is also taken care. Krishna also done. Kaveri done. So Kaveri may underline this thing na. First one, Kaveri rises in Brahmagiri Hills is one thing. And then at last you see I was telling na all the women names, female names, Kabini, Bhavani, Amravati. So apart from this, one important one, please note down Nayyar, Noyal, Noyal. Noyal is an important tributary of Kaveri. I. Okay. So Narmada also done. So on Narmada river they have given one waterfalls. Please underline na. Dhuandar, Dhuandar, Durandar. Yeah. Okay. Narmada, Dhuandar Falls. And you can underline that Sardar Sarovar project also. So Tapi river. So Tapi. Luni also is there. You can see Luni. Okay. So that is done. Now we will go for the small rivers in some states. Okay. In your first paragraph, small rivers flowing towards the west, they have given three rivers. In the fourth line, you see Shatruniji, Bhadra, and Dadhar. Okay, and Sabarmati Mahi already knows this. So these three are the rivers which you need to remember in Gujarat. So Shatruniji, Bhadra, and Dadhar. So can you see these are bad, Shatru, Dada kind of odd names? So that way you can remember these are in Gujarat. So Sabarmati, you are done. Sabarmati and Mahi, please write one statement with respect to Mahi. Mahi is the only river in India that cuts the Tropic of Cancer twice. So it goes in this way. No, normal. So this way, Tropic of Cancer, it cuts 2 times. Okay. So Mahi is the river which cuts Tropic of Cancer twice. So now you are remembering the 3 rivers of Gujarat, right? Shatruniji, right, Bhadra and Dhadar, right. Now next paragraph mein you can see Vaitarna. So Vaitarna is in Maharashtra, right there only now. Okay, so you have next Kali Nadi. So Kali Nadi is in Karnataka. So Karwar Bay is also in Karnataka, a small bay. Remember Bedti river also. So Sharavati is very important river in Karnataka. So because on this Sharavati river, Jog Falls. So Jog Falls are the highest waterfalls of India, right? So Jog Falls is on Sharavati river. Next, we have two rivers in Goa. Okay, this is asked actually in the exam just a few years ago. So Goa rivers are Mandovi and Juari. Okay, so I have remembered that I went to Goa with a person Manju. Okay, Mandovi and Juari. Okay, Manju to Goa. So Kerala mein, see Kerala, all of you must be thinking that Periyar is the longest river, but no, Bharat Puja. So Kerala, Bharat Puja is the longest river. That Punnani and all you need not remember. After that only Periyar. The third important river in Kerala, Pamba. Pamba river, which falls in the Vembanad Lake, very important because Vembanad Lake is also a Ramsar site. So Pemba river, Vembanad Lake. Right. After that, you have few rivers you see. Subarna Rekha. So Subarna Rekha is in Jharkhand. Okay. After small rivers flowing towards the east. Okay. So Baitarni and Brahmini are in Odisha. So this question was also asked, what is the river which starts in the Eastern Ghats and ends there only? So the answer was this. So Baitarni. So Baitarni and Brahmini. So Vamshadhara is between Odisha and Andhra Pradesh border. So Penna river is very important because it is one of the longest river, but then it is very much ignored. It is in between Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh, and then it also silently like Godavari, Krishna, and Kaveri. It also flows into Bay of Bengal. So, but then we do not recognize it. Pennar. So Pennar, Karnataka, Andhra to Bay of Bengal. Now we have Palar and Vaigai. Palar and Vaigai. These are in Tamil Nadu. Palar, Vaigai, Tamil Nadu. Right? With this, the two chapters are done. So tomorrow, two more chapters, then this book should be finished. So how is today's things? Good, na? Right. I hope something new I have learned. No, tomorrow, na? See, although the climate may you have to know about some wind systems and all, which is part of world geography, where only one chapter is allocated for that. So that sir will tell. But then with some basics, I will highlight the monsoon systems tomorrow. So only monsoon systems and then natural vegetation. So like we have the code for each and every type of vegetation. May what are the like species, flora, fauna found. So that way you will get comfortable with that also. Okay. So okay then. Thank you very much. I have someone. I think Neha here na the board would not be visible. Yeah. can. Okay. So did you revise the drainage chapter? Okay. So just a few questions. We'll see and then move. So can you name any few rivers of Goa? Uh, Mandovian, Juari, right? Of Vaitarna is a river in Maharashtra. Yeah, Baitarna is, yeah, Baitarna or Baitarni, ni, right? So the longest river of Kerala is Tusha, right? So Jog Falls is on which river? Okay. Sikang is a tributary of which river? Sikang, Brahmaputra. Okay. So, which are the two rivers of Indus river system that originate outside India? Satluj, Indus and Satluj. Yeah. And where did we study this Malda Gap? West Bengal. Hmm. Hmm. I think so. You remember the tributaries of Krishna? Any few? Uh, Koina, Musi as well. Right. The longest river of Indus system? Chenab. And three rivers of Gujarat? Okay, three. Are some Shatrunji and Bhadra. Right, right. Okay. So Pennar river, Pennar. Okay, I'm not getting, but yesterday I've told that there is a small unnoticed river which falls into Bay of Bengal from Karnataka to Andhra Pradesh and Bay of Bengal. So Pennar. Okay. So Vembanad Lake is filled by which river? Vembanad Lake, Pamba. Good year. Right. Dakshin Ganga refers to Barakar is a Barakar is a tributary of, at least tell the state. Barakar. It's a tributary of Damodar, which means West Bengal. Right. So Mahananda River, Ganga tributary. So in which state, if you can guess? It, yeah. So it is the most easternmost, no? Yeah. So good. Son is a tributary of Ganga. Good, yeah. So where did we study this Chamba Valley? Yes. Right. So Rudraprayag is a merger of which two rivers? Rudraprayag. Alkanand. Right. So Yamuna river arises from some glacier. Yamunotri or some Bandar Punch is written in your book. Right. So which soils are acidic in nature? Forest soils. Yeah. So in which region you find the laterite soils? Hilly areas. The rainfall should be higher or lower? Higher. Higher. So humidity we talked for PT soils. Yeah, there might be there, but if it is a major factor, then they would have given. Na? So, right. Okay, which river crosses Tropic of Cancer twice? Right. Kabini river is Kaveri. Kabini, Bhavani, Amravati. Right. Yeah, I think you have. So inside this, I am asking partially, but you might have read inner also, na? Right. Okay. So then today, finally, the last two chapters. So first, we will be discussing about natural vegetation. And then the climate of India. Okay, these two chapters only. Right. So first, natural vegetation we will see, and then the climate. Okay, so just a brief introduction before we step into the actual topic. So we have already studied that India accounts for how much percent of the world? 2.5% of world geography. So, and the area, if you remember? Yeah, right. So, even though it accounts for 2.5% of Earth's geography, we account for nearly 5 to 8% of world's flora and fauna. Okay, as per the Botanical Survey of India. So, which means that Indian forests, so India through its forests hosts a lot of biodiversity. Okay, so you can see in India almost 48,000 plant species. So plant species means flora, and 89,000 animal species. So you have to know that in India animal diversity is more richer than plant diversity. Okay, animal, sorry, 89,000 animal species. So the diversity of animal or fauna is higher than the plant species. Okay, now all these are concentrated in some forests of India. Okay, the actual chapter is about the forest types. So we will see that now. So in India, the major types of forests are tropical evergreen forests. Second, tropical semi-evergreen. Then tropical deciduous may we have two, moist or wet deciduous. Tropical dry deciduous. Thorny forests. Mountain forests, which are again divided into two, northern mountain and southern mountain. tidal forests or coastal forests, which primarily includes mangroves and creeks. Okay. So these forest types are very important because they occupy almost 60% of India's forest land, and that is the reason they are called monsoon forests also, both of them. So monsoon forests. So Indian forests are largely deciduous in nature. This you have to remember. Okay. So we will see one by one. Done, right? So this is there in your books also. So first we will be seeing tropical evergreen. So tropical evergreen forests are found in only 3 regions. This is actually asked in the examination. So in the western slopes of the Western Ghats, where very high rainfall is there. Okay, so that is the reason tropical rainforests are found in areas more than 200 centimeter rainfall. So previously we have discussed what is the average rainfall of India. Yes, 125 centimeter we have discussed, na? So that is an average. So this is very high amount of rainfall. So this is western slopes of Western Ghats, and then Andaman Nicobar, and then parts of northeast. Okay, parts of northeast. So that is the reason, because of this luxurious vegetation, these regions are included in the biodiversity hotspots. Okay, so if there are 10 biodiversity hotspots, so there is a person called Norman Mayers. So he has discovered this concept of biodiversity hotspots and has divided the whole world into 10, out of which 4 are in India. Okay, what are the 4 is? So one is the northeastern part, so this Western Ghats and Sri Lanka combined actually. This is one, and this Andaman part is called Sundaland biodiversity hotspot, and then this northeastern part with an extension to Myanmar. Okay, so this Indo-Burma biodiversity hotspot is also there. Okay, so India is part of 4 biodiversity hotspots, which is largely credited to evergreen forests. Okay, this is one thing. Now coming to the temperature also, it should be average 22 degrees Celsius. It is given in your book. Now the important thing about this forest is that some points are there. Okay, in this forest, these are the only forest where you find the layers. Means trees of different heights are found. Okay, so trees of different types are found, and you know the name evergreen is not because they are green all the time, they do not shed leaves. It is not so, but there are different layers of trees which shed at different seasons, at different period of time they shed their leaves. So that is the reason if you look from above, the whole region will be green, but then different trees will be shedding their leaves at different points of time. So this question is already asked in your examination. So why we call this evergreen forest as so? Because it is not they do not shed the leaves at all, they shed, but at different points of time. Okay, now another important feature is that, so there are some trees called epiphytes. So epiphytes means, so within these trees also you have lot of climbers, creepers. Okay, so this is a starking feature of the evergreen forest. Okay, these epiphytes are also a part of evergreen forest. Now coming to the species found. Okay, see, as the students preparing for geography, we need to remember the species in detail. Okay, so if you miss anything here and there, then the question will be wrong. Previously this question is asked, students were not knowing even teak is part of which type of forest. Okay, so these things are there. So that is the reason now we will see the species of this evergreen forest. So in your book it is there, so you can remember by mahogany, rosewood, some ivy, rubber, you know this Cinchona officinalis, like it is like for malaria, it is to treat malaria it is very popular. So Cinchona officinalis, okay, and palm. So I remember this as mera, okay, so this way you can remember. Sandalwood is not here. Yeah. So these things you have to remember very clearly. Exactly. So this is already there in your book. You can remember this thing. Or bamboo as well. Okay. So mera RCB you can remember. Okay. Bamboo and palm. So bamboo we see in which states of India? Northeast. Good. So Assam. Okay. So these are there in your book. Please remember exactly as they are. Okay. And these are found only in 3 regions. That also exactly. Even that is also asked in examination. Okay. Now semi-evergreen. So in our books there is no much information about this. So semi-evergreen forests are found in the less rainy parts of the evergreen forest only. So surrounded by these regions, wherever the evergreen forest is there, we find the semi-evergreen forest also in contiguous with that. So not much is given, but 3 species are given. Some hullock, white cedar. You can see in your book in the paragraph. Okay, kale. So just about semi-evergreen forest, you will remember these things only. But there is one very important feature about the semi-evergreen forest. So this semi-evergreen forest in the Himalayan regions, actually oak is a natural tree. This was replaced by pine. Okay, so these pine are very strong, and the British has used these pine trees for construction activities. Okay, construction activities, and then plantations are also developed here. So a few days ago we have discussed now, like the plantations are there in Himachal Pradesh, this, yeah, Darjeeling, that is there, but this side, the western side, Jammu Kashmir, Uttarakhand and Himachal region, so these especially are developed by the British as plantations in the semi-evergreen forest, you have to remember. Okay, so this is very important. So for commercial, so this is most economically or commercially exploited forest by the Britishers at that point of time. Okay, so this is with regards to semi-evergreen forest. Right. Okay, so now the third one, tropical, wet or moist deciduous forests. Okay, so deciduous forest. So these are found in areas between 100 to 200 centimeter rainfall. Okay, so a little lesser than the semi-evergreen forest. Now where these are found is the same, please remember that only. We have discussed on the western margins where rainfall is high, it is evergreen. Na? So this side where the rainfall is little lesser, we find the wet deciduous forest. Okay, that is one thing. And then foothills of Himalayas, very important, foothills of Himalayas also. And then some other regions of northeast, and then other regions of Odisha, Chhattisgarh, all these regions where the rainfall is very high. Okay, so please remember, you can take an empty map and practice also, because they are asking very precisely. So some things which are very generic in nature, like we studied in soils also, like most of the students will not be focusing on the aspect that alluvial soils are in Gujarat and Rajasthan. Okay, but then that is exactly asked. So this also, they take normally evergreen forests are everywhere, and they get the question wrong. So please take care of these elements. Okay, so in the western coast of Western Ghats, we have evergreen forest, but then in the eastern margins, eastern coast, where rainfall is little lesser, there we find the moist deciduous forests. Okay, right. So states in book also they have not given. Acha, this one. Okay, so in the central India where the rainfall is very high, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, and this West Bengal region in middle, so where the vegetation is so high. Okay, so these three things are actually very important: the eastern slopes, foothills, and the less rainier regions of northeast region. Okay, so this you have to focus. Now there are at least some 12 species given in your book. Okay, and you have to remember them exactly. See, now we had this query, right? How sandalwood is like, and sandalwood is actually asked in the examination. So we have few species. Okay, so I'll write here, you just see. Shisham, Sal, Teak, Kusum, Hurra, sandalwood, Mahua. Okay, so these are the ones which you have to remember as part of moist deciduous forest. So how I remembered is, Samuel told to Amla or Amla that she shall take some horrific sand in mouth. Okay, so this can be the code. So deciduous forest. So this is actual one. This is the trick or code to remember. Okay, not visible. Na? It just comes. Or else you can sit here also. Yeah? Take this chair and sit aside. Na? Okay, so this way you have to clearly remember the forest species. Then, so just in your book, everything what I have said is there, just the code you have to write. Right. So next we will move to tropical. Wet is completed a dry deciduous forest. Dry deciduous forest. Okay, these are found in the regions between 70 to 100 centimeter of rainfall. Okay, so less than 100 it is here. Okay, so these are mostly found in UP, Bihar, these regions. You know, there actually in UP, Bihar, these areas, the forest cover is less than like 15%, 20%, very less. So in those regions, these forest types are tropical dry deciduous forests. Okay, dry deciduous forests. And then you have to remember the species. Okay, so these are the tendu, palas, axlewood, kher, amaltas, and bale. So these are the ones you need to remember for dry deciduous forest. So I remembered by this code 10 palas on wooden chair, 8 omelets and bel puri. Okay, so this is the code you if you want to remember. Okay, 10 palas on wooden chair, 8 omelets and bel puris. I remember this way. You can remember in any of this way, but if your mind is so good, I mean sharp, and if you don't need the codes and remember them as it is, because almost 50 species are given in your book and they are asking in the examination. So if you can remember without getting confused, then no need of these codes at all. But then if they are helpful, please utilize them. Is it helpful? Okay. Okay. Right. So now tropical dry deciduous is done. Thorny forests. So thorny forests in the areas where the rainfall is less than 50 centimeter. Less than 50 centimeter. So the thorny forest you can easily remember the northwestern India, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Haryana, Punjab. So these regions also, the northwestern region, even Haryana, Punjab have very less forest cover. So I think 5% or so like that of their geographical area. So there you find the thorny forest. So in thorny forest you have this acacia, palms. So this is date palm, not the other palm which we have discussed. Okay, so actually this thorny forest and the dry deciduous forest, some of the species are common. Okay, for example, palm, bear. Okay, care is the only common one. So see, very important one is caged. See, caged or cagery. So this is very common in Rajasthan. So wherever you go, so this caged trees are very common in Rajasthan. Some cultural significance is also there for these trees. So please do remember them. Babool. So by seeing their names itself, you will remember that okay, these are from thorny forests and all. So we have some other like grasslands also, like called Tasoki grasslands in the thorny forest. Please remember TT. Okay, Tasoki grasslands are there. Also, like where are Bunny grasslands? So Bunny, Gujarat, good year. So Bunny grasslands, Gujarat, they are also these kind of thorny grasslands only. Okay. So this some common terms are there, na? Bunny grasslands in Gujarat and Sholas in Nilgiris. Right. Right. So we are done with the thorny also. Okay. Thorny. Right. Now we will move to mountain forests. So mountain forest may I have told of two things. First is northern northern mountains, which means basically Himalayas only, na, nothing else. So in Himalayas, you know that there are stepwise forests. Okay, stepwise. So here just now we have discussed what are there in the foothills. Right, moist deciduous. Moist deciduous. Okay. Here we have some temperate forests. So these include chir, pine, birch, deodar. See, you must be knowing about this deodar, na? In Telugu stories and all, we have this Devadaru Vruksham. So this is very hard wood, which is very reliable for construction activities and all. Okay, so this is very important. Okay, now if you go here in the second chapter, we have discussed something starting with A, which is in higher altitude. Alpine vegetation. So alpine vegetation. Okay, so in alpine vegetation there are some this is also asked in the examination. What are the species there here? Rhododendrons. Okay. Okay, so this is very important. These you find in the snowy regions only, in the alpine vegetation. So how I remember is that a rich person has silver rod. So birch, juniper, silver fir, rhododendrons. Okay, rhododendrons. So they ask that these rhododendrons are here only in the foothills. So it was wrong. So that you will get in this alpine vegetation only. So we have discussed some tribes, na? Bugyals. So, huh? Botias, right. So these Bugyal grasslands are also here only. And if you go after this alpine vegetation, you will have mosses, lichens, ferns not, I guess, only these two. Okay, so these are the vegetation in totally in snow, deep in the snow. Only they can survive there. No other species can survive. So this way, stepwise, you have to remember the mountain forests. So this code you can remember because easily you will, if you remember that this rhododendron is here or here, or this silver fir is here or here, then the question would go wrong easily. Okay, so this is there. And like done, right? So we have southern mountain forests. Southern mountain forest. So apart from Western Ghats, we are talking about Nilgiris, some Cardamom Hills, Sayadris. Okay, so all these hills in Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, we are talking about. So you know that these are sholas, are the grasslands over here. Okay, so there are 3 national parks under the name Shola. Okay, Shola National Parks. Do you remember? Can you tell where they are? So all 3 are in Kerala. Okay, so just do remember them. Now, the species here are wattle. So magnolia, laurel, cinchona, wattle. This is in your book only. Okay. How I remember is a magnetic lorry sinks in water. Okay. So this is the code for southern mountain forests. It is there now, you can see mountain forests. Southern mountain forest, these 4 are important. So if you remember this wattle is somewhere else in northeast or Himalayan, then go on the question. So magnolia, laurel, cinchona, wattle. Right now? Right. So another we have the tidal forest. So regarding tidal forest, we just have Sundarbans. So these Sundarbans are mostly in West Bengal. So see, they are present all over the coast, but the dense presence is in West Bengal region, Sundarbans. Okay, even in Andaman Nicobar also we have. Okay, that's it. So the Sundarbans of India and West Bangladesh combined is the largest mangrove belt of the world only. Okay, so that also you'll remember. Right. So with this, we are done with the forest type, their regions, species which they are found. So now you got clarity, right? You should not remember the species interchange as they are. You should. Right. Okay. Right. So next, we are dealing with a small concept, forest policy. So the in India we have the first forest policy in 1952. After that, the forest policy is 1988. Okay, it is there in your book. So just like for a policy contains many things, but then few I want to highlight. So what is the requirement, the forest level requirement that the country should have? 33%. So 33%, you must be reading a lot. No issue, now suddenly you may not remember, but this 33% of forest requirement is very common. So this thing is as per this policy only. Okay, right. Now a lot of other things like we have to involve people in the forest conservation and all these things, and soil erosion. So soil erosion, you have already. So yesterday, did anyone read the whole chapter of soil erosion? So did you see these terms like shelter beds, uh, counterbunding, counter terracing, and strip? Yeah. So yeah, 1 second. Okay. So regarding these things, if you have seen in these four, which are the soil erosion prevention measures induced by water, and which are the ones which to prevent induced by wind? This is for water. This is water. This is wind. This is wind. Okay, I know that you must be knowing this counter bunding now. So it is nothing but if like a slope is there, so water would be coming from here. So that is why we will do like this, so that the the water do not come here very often, though some amount may come, but not much. Okay, so the counter bunding. So bunding is you use some stones to stop the water. Terracing is you do this kind of stepwise thing. Okay, now shelter beds. Shelter beds refers to. So if this is your, yeah, you are telling it. Yeah, good. So if this is your farm, so you plant a lot tall trees so that the wind would not reach your farm. These are shelter beds. Okay. Now strip farming. So strip farming means, for example, in some regions, it is very common for a poor farmer to have 50 to 100 acres also. Okay. So, but then nothing grows in that. In that case, for 10 acres, only these type of trees are there, strips. Now another strip is for cultivation of some crops like millets, what is needed for food and all. Again strips of trees, again these crops, so that the wind speed can be altered, it can be stopped. Okay, so this is a strip farming for wind erosion. So this is for water erosion, right? Okay, so we are done with soil erosion. The third one is here. Okay, so as part of conservation measures now, they have mentioned a term called social forestry. So social forestry means involving people. Okay, involving people for soil conservation. Here three terms are very important: agroforestry, community forestry, farm forestry. Okay, so a very slight difference is there. Agroforestry refers to, see, if this is your farm, so along the bunds you plant trees. Okay, you just plant the trees and leave it in the empty spaces of the farm. Okay, this is agroforestry. Now community forestry refers to, in villages there are lot of vacant spaces, along the canal there are spaces, there are some temple lands. So all these spaces, public spaces in the community forestry are community forests. Now farm forestry is one which we will be confusing with this thing. So farm forestry refers to, here you have a farm, in half of the farm you will grow forests only, okay, and other half you will grow the other crops, okay, which means this, you are growing the forest for commercial purpose. Here you will be getting money. So if you are from villages, like if anyone, if you have been to villages, there are now people have stopped cultivation, like cultivation of any mirchi or this maize is difficult, so let us grow this babul, subabulu they say in Telangana actually. So subabul is the babul, so they grow for 6 years actually. So after 6 years you can give for a contractor, he will come and cut the forest, and then he will give you money at once. So at that point of time you can get at once only, but then you have to wait for some time, okay. So this activity is called farm forestry, where you are growing the forest for commercial purpose. Here not the commercial purpose, just for sake of this forest, or for some fruits or vegetables, these kind of thing, you can grow some other things along the bunds, okay. So these three things are mentioned in your book, so please take care of that, okay. Now we are done with the forest, right? So wildlife, wildlife. So just we have discussed in 2.5% how much species of wildlife are there? 89,000, right? So the wildlife is so important that India has started conservation through national parks. How many national parks are there? 105. Wildlife sanctuaries? Some 570 plus. Tiger reserves? 58. Biosphere reserves? 18. Biodiversity hotspots? 4. Good year. And Ramsar sites? Yeah, now it has 92 recently after the addition. Okay, so these many are there, tiger reserves and all. So we are conserving these wildlife in these many. These are called protected areas. All these combined are called protected areas. Okay. Along with this, if this species is very important, we have species specific conservation also. For example, Project Tiger is there in the year, right? And Project Elephant 1992. Project Lion 2002. Okay, so you have to read the news also, because recently Tamil Nadu has started conservation, special conservation for sloth bear. So these kind of things are there in news. So species specific conservation measures are also important. Okay, so now as part of your what to say, environment, apart from this you have to remember these things for sure, okay, or else questions you would be missing. So just keep a habit, like every day some 20-30 you have to remember, okay. Already some of your classmates are remembering this also, they have done this mugging up activity, okay, right. Okay, Now, so in your book, this out of all these things, they have discussed about biosphere reserves. Okay, we'll see that biosphere reserves. So biosphere reserves, it is by UNESCO. This concept is evolved in the year 1973 by UNESCO. This concept of biosphere reserves. So biosphere reserves may you will study as part of your environment that in the biosphere reserves there are three areas: the core, buffer, and this where you can do all other activities are allowed. Even farming is allowed in this one. So this you have particularly in environment, there you will study. But then here first you need to know the biosphere reserves at all. Okay. Okay. I'll draw the map. Okay, do not mind the thing. Right. So you need to remember the UNESCO biosphere reserves. Okay, recently in December 2025, wait, let me tell you clearly. There are 18 biosphere reserves recognized in India, out of which 13 have UNESCO recognition, and others we ourselves have kept it. Okay. So now recently one from this has shifted to UNESCO. Can you name that? Cold desert of Himachal Pradesh. Okay. Right. So which means you have to read the current also, especially for environment. It is very important. Now okay, so first as I told, 18 are there, so 13 are here, 5 are here. So these 13 let us remember first. So you have Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve in Uttarakhand, Nokrek in Meghalaya, Nicobar, okay, Nilgiris in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, 3 states, right? And then Mannar. So Mannar, we are telling Gulf of Mannar actually. Yeah, both Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Okay, so we have 5 N's here. 5 N. Okay, Nanda Devi, Nokrek, Nilgiris, Nicobar, Mannar. Okay, the map is not good. Actually, I thought of having the map itself and then display it here. But then some of you have told that map and slides are more artificial. So we are getting more connected if we do it here itself. So that is why, even though it is bad, I am uh, doing it. Okay. So 5 N's are there. Apart from this, you have Panna in Madhya Pradesh, Pachmarhi, again Madhya Pradesh, Achnakmar Amarkantak, okay, yeah, Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, and then Agastya Malai in Kerala, Simlipal in Odisha, Sundarbans, West Bengal. So which means the code can be this way: PPAASS. Okay, 5 N's plus this thing. Okay, now there is one special one called Kanchenjunga. So Kanchenjunga is, okay, this UNESCO has divided the heritage sites into two, natural and cultural, right? So natural and cultural. So you know that cultural sites, how many are there? 35 are there. Actually, every year one question comes from this UNESCO heritage site. This year also, this question on some Khajuraho architecture was given. So that is also. So if you read these 34 sites, it will be very useful for the exam. Okay, now this is the unique biosphere reserve which is recognized by UNESCO both as natural and cultural. So these are only natural. Okay. So Agra Fort, Qutub Minar or Hampi temples, all these are cultural recognized. Okay, Red Fort and all. But then these are naturally recognized. So this naturally recognized you have to add K. K. Okay. Kanchenjunga. And then recently as part of current affair, the cold desert of Himalayas. Cold desert of Himalayas is also shifted here now, just a month ago. Okay, you will remember this also. Now there are other four which are not recognized by UNESCO, but then we ourselves are considering it as biosphere reserves, right? So you have to remember that D D M K. So we have read this Dihang Dibang in Arunachal Pradesh. Dibru Saikova. So Dibru Saikova Biosphere Reserve is in Assam. Manas, Assam. Kutch, Gujarat. And one important one, Sahyadri. Sorry, Seshachalam. Okay. So D M K S. So now this Seshachalam, Tirupati only. So Tirupati Seshachalam. So this is also in consideration for the UNESCO recognition. Acha, Simlipal, Sundarbans. So we will see that in detail now. So just I want you to mention this code and then correlate with the book now. Okay. So we are done. Okay. The biosphere reserves. Okay. So with this, this chapter has come to an end. We will mark some important things now. Okay, natural vegetation. So tropical, evergreen, everything you have highlighted, na? Okay. Tropical, evergreen, semi-evergreen, done. It is the 5th chapter in your books. Okay. So tropical, evergreen, done. Deciduous, tropical thorn, mountain, littoral, forest cover, forest conservation, social forestry, wildlife, done. So there is a chart or table given. So please open that. Na? From that table, good questions are coming. Okay. This one, is it there in your books? Last. Huh? Heading is table 5.1 list of biosphere reserves. Is it there? Okay. Right. So Nilgiri is very important because that is the first biosphere reserve recognized by UNESCO, If you turn the page, you can see the whole very detailed narration is given to Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve also. So you can see these things. So Nilgiri Biosphere, the first one, what are their other protected reserves within the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve? You can see in that chart itself, table. Why not? Uh, yeah, Nagar Hole, why Silent Valley, Sirwani Hills, Nilambur, Madhumalai, Bandipur, right? So 2024, this question has come. Okay. So which are the protected areas within the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve? So you can remember by this code why Nagar is silent. Okay, because of C ni ma band. Okay. So why Nagar is silent? Because of cinema band. Why not Nagar Hole, Silent Valley, Sirwani, Nilambur, Madhumalai, Bandipur, or else everything in Agastya Malai, in Nilgiris, everything you will be getting confused here and there. So these are very crisp things which accurately you have to remember. Okay, right. So 3 states. This is the only biosphere reserve spread over 3 states. Okay, no other is there. So we'll see now. If this is done, second one, Nanda Devi. So Nanda Devi is in Uttarakhand. Nokrek. So Nokrek, how they asked in UPSC, you know, the previous year question was, the Nokrek Biosphere Reserve is on which hill? The options are Garo, Kasi, Jaintia, Dafla. Something. See here, Garo. So how many students might have gone through this small detail? Right? So here lies the hard work, smartness, everything. Your patience to bear with the things. Right, not correct. Manas. So Manas, you have seen, it is only Assam. If there are the names, you need not see. Okay. Manas is, you can leave. Sundarbans. So Sundarbans, most of us would be thinking only Ganga. But then Brahmaputra also you have to highlight. Okay. So Gulf of Mannar. So Gulf of Mannar. So previously we were thinking that also Kerala was there now, but not so. Tamil Nadu we will remember. Great Nicobar. So Great Nicobar also okay. The southernmost part. Simlipal, Odisha, you will remember. Dibru Saikova, Assam. Dihang Dibang, Arunachal Pradesh. Pachmarhi, Madhya Pradesh. So Kanchenjunga, Sikkim. Agastya Malai, again two. Tamil Nadu and Kerala. Achnakmar, Amarkantak also two. Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh. Kutch, you can see. Right. See this cold desert. You have two, one national park, Pin Valley National Park and Kibber Wildlife Sanctuary. So please underline that was not asked yet. It can be asked. So Pin Valley National Park, and because now cold desert has become UNESCO's biosphere reserve, right? So each and every small thing is important. Also search properly what are the animal species found over there. plants, tree species and all, very important. But as part of the book you have to remember Pin Valley National Park and Chandra Tal also. You know, Tal refers to lake in Himalayan states, Kibber Wildlife Sanctuary. So all these are in Himachal Pradesh. So if we don't know cold desert, immediately we will tell Ladakh. So just remember that. Seshachalam. So Seshachalam is part of Eastern Ghats. Please underline that word, Eastern Ghats. Panna is in Madhya Pradesh. Okay. So if you turn the page, you have one Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve. Na? So in Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, we have discussed everything. Please underline these two animals. In the second paragraph, middle lines, Nilgiri Tar and lion-tailed macaque. So lion-tailed macaque is only in this region, native, at least in South India. Other things, tiger, gaur, cheetal, everything, they are everywhere. Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve. You can see in the second paragraph, last line, some animals, snow leopard, black bear, musk deer, okay. Golden eagle and black eagle, you can remember those two, which you may forget. Right, Sundarbans. In Sundarbans, after the whole thing is over, you can see here that in the last but one line, Herithria forms. So you just remember that is a timber variety. You can write there, timber variety. It is in Sundarban region. So Gulf of Mannar. So you can see in the last but third line, Dugong. So Dugong was asked in the exam already, seek out. Okay. So actually we have under the Ministry of Environment Forest species conservation project. Okay. Under these 17 species are there. Okay. So every year one question comes from these 17 species. One time elephant, one time dugong. Okay, what is this? Pangolin. So these kind of things are there 17. So environment. Okay, we'll discuss this strategy also anyways in the later classes. But then because this dugong is in NCERT and also in this program, it was asked in the examination. So whether it is carnivores or only herbivores, that way. So it eats only seagrass, herbivores. Okay, right. So with this, this chapter should be done, right? So the last chapter, climate. So we'll just stay for 2 minutes because immediately the next concept. Too many facts you are taking, na? See, NCERT seems so easy. It is. That is the reason here very less people, less aspirants complete the standard books because it is very challenging to go deep. What to be read, what not to be read, and how it is to be read. These things now. So if anyone knows this in the foundation stage itself, it will be too good. Even I realized very late after 2-3 years of preparation only. Or else everywhere offering, no, that book is difficult, take this PDF, take this PDF. Everyone was telling shortcuts. Later on, I realized that shortcuts are dead ends. Will not go anywhere. Right. So along with this, you have to complete the geography through maps also. There also you will have some 200-300 of facts like the islands, peaks are not totally in this, na? So some peaks and all. So just very segregate. Sorry, uh, selecting some things you can read. So please do that also, or else it will be incomplete. The Indian geography. Because if I have to tell also what will be there, will just sit with some 10-15 things mug up. Now that we have started learning to remember by codes, tricks and techniques, so you should try and apply that, na? If it is challenging to remember by seeing, so do that. So if climate chapter is done, then this book would be done totally. Okay, shall we begin? Everyone is okay. You can drink some water and get refreshment. Okay. There is then psychology is something, na? Human brain is attentive only for a span of 45 minutes or so. After that, it gets clogged. But then if someone is watching online, they'll be like, what is this? Okay, so climate. So some basic things. You know the difference between climate and weather. So climate is long term and weather is, yeah, and weather is a short term change of the environment, and also area wise also. So climate refers to some larger area and weather refers to a smaller region. Okay, now Indian climate. So few basics we will see. Indian climate is influenced by some geophysical features we will see. First is latitude. So latitude, you know that this is equator, this is Cancer. So these are lesser latitudes, right? These are higher latitudes. Okay. So India is situated here, na? So within India, if you move from lower latitudes to higher latitudes, the temperature decreases, right? So that is the reason in the North India the temperature overall climate we are talking about. So it is high, and in South region it is high, and here it is low temperature. So this is because of the latitude differences. So which means the temperature of a region depends on its latitudinal location is one point. Second, distance from sea. So distance from sea, what you would say that if any area is near to the sea, it will have a moderating influence, which we call it as maritime climate. Maritime climate, and if it is in interior, we call it as continental climate. So what is the good feature of starking feature of this maritime climate is no extremes, moderate temperature. Continental, you do have extremes. Okay, too hot, too cold, extremes in the continental region. Altitude, very simple, na? If you go higher, the temperature will be decreased, and the lower altitude you have high temperature. For example, Tirupati and Rayalaseema just beside. See, the temperature of Tirupati is very cool, and then the Rayalaseema suffers from heat wave every year. Okay, this is there. Okay, that's it. Now you have to know one small concept here. So if this is the Earth, this is the equator, Tropic of Cancer. Our country is located here, na? First day itself we have discussed northern hemisphere, eastern. So India is, should I draw map? Okay, here, right? Tropic of Cancer. Now you have to know that the winds systems here are westerlies or western jet streams. Okay, it is normal direction here, north, south. So those originating from the west we called westerlies. Okay, similarly here, northeast trade winds, because they are originating this way, right? Okay, so our country is influenced by two permanent winds called westerlies and northeast trade winds. Okay, you are aware of the direction also now. Now you have to remember one thing with respect to westerly is that, so westerly is present above India at 8 kilometers above. Okay, 8 kilometers. Now the thing is that, you know what is the height of Himalayas in these regions? For example, Mount Everest. Mount Everest, what is the height? 8,800 meters. So 8,800 meters means, now you can imagine this way, this is the mountain and this is the wind, westerlies coming here, which means this westerlies will be divided into two because of the Himalayan mountains. Okay, now one stream goes to this region where it is Siberia, right? And other one comes to India. Other one comes to India. Now, while these westerlies are coming to India, what are the middle points are? You have Mediterranean Sea here, very important, Mediterranean Sea. So these winds, while coming towards India, especially this southern arm of this westerlies would carry water from the Mediterranean Sea and then gives rainfall to India during the winter months. So that is the reason in Punjab, Haryana, UP, all these states, you will see rainfall in the months of November, December, October, this way. So here the wheat cultivation in these green revolution areas is much dependent on the prosperity of the westerlies or western jet stream. Okay, so this is a permanent one which annually, mostly annually we get the rainfall from. So this is, so anytime, even sometimes if these westerlies are so strong na, they'll give rainfall up to this Madhya Pradesh and Telangana even, although that is very rare occasion. Okay, so these are the westerlies you have to remember. Okay, got it? Done. Now second point. So are you noticing how these westerlies are contributing to the climate of India by rainfall and all these things? Good. So this is one point. Now second point is that northeast trade winds. So these northeast trade winds, see, imagine I'm not able to draw. Okay, no problem. You'll not mind, na? Just take the essence. So, okay. So, if this is India, we have told that we have this northeast trade winds moving. Now, what happens is, here is Tibet, right? Tibet. So, Tibet is having some unique feature, which means Tibet is the roof of the world. You have heard, right? Roof of the world, which is higher in altitude. Now, because of this higher altitude, here the sun rays fall on it very straight, and then this a phenomena called Tibet heat engine. Okay, Tibetan heat engine is formed. Now, this Tibetan heat engine is a, see, you know this thing, right? Wherever temperature is low, we call it as low pressure area, and wherever temperature is high, we call it as high pressure area. Okay, high pressure area. Okay, so, and wind moves from high pressure to low pressure. So, this one you have to remember. So, because of this Tibet heat engine, yeah, so low pressure condition because of high temperature, that is the reason some part of this southeast trade winds, sorry, northeast trade winds get shifted to India, and these we are calling as uh, northeast jet stream, not trade wind, jet stream. Okay, this is temporary in nature. Okay, so you will understand the importance of jet stream in India's climate, because when we are getting monsoon rains now, so actually this monsoons would be going here, but then this jet stream will force these monsoon winds to, you know, go towards the other interior regions, thereby contributing to the what to say, spread of the rainfall. So this is very important, northeast jet stream. Okay, right. So we have seen how latitude influences our climate, uh, altitude, distance from the sea, and westerlies, and other eastern jet stream. Now, one more thing, we have Himalayas also, right? Himalayas. You know, Himalayas also contribute to Indian climate in two ways. Okay, if Himalayas are not there, then this Siberian woods, strong Siberian winds would have, you know, occupied total India, and we would be totally a frozen country. Okay, if these Himalayas are not there, our dressing would not be this, entirely different. With caps, I will have to come, and you will have to sit with, you know, warmers in the room. That way, these Siberian winds would be there. And also, now the monsoon winds are coming, right? These monsoon winds are also stopped here, and then only the rain is given to India and not to uh, other countries because of the Himalayas, which means it is acting as an obstacle to preserve and conserve Indian monsoons for India itself, or else it would be, you know, these winds would go to other China and Myanmar, these regions. Okay, it is a kind of natural defense, the Himalayas. So, can you appreciate the role of Himalayas also in India's climate, right? So, this way, these many factors are contributing to India's climate. Now, the important thing we will see is monsoons. Right. Up to here, is it clear? Okay. Monsoon. Yeah, now we will see na, the monsoons. Yeah. So monsoons is a new concept. After completion, you will get good idea. Right. So till now, these are the basics that you have to know. So in these small concepts only, in our foundation classes, days and days lag is going on. So just a small things are there. Right. Monsoon winds. Okay. So monsoon is derived from the Arabic word, not Latin word, Arabic word mausam, which means season. This you must be knowing. Right. Now, monsoons are, reversal of winds. So we were talking about these northeast trade winds, na? Northeast trade winds always blowing towards India. Now what happens is that Cancer, India. So these trade winds will be going this way here. Okay, we will see how what happens now. Okay, these winds which are always permanent, they will be changing their direction and coming to India. Now while coming, they will have water here, they will carry that water to India. That is how we get monsoons. Now why that happens, we will be discussing now. Okay, right. So come to monsoon. Monsoons mean reversal of this northeast trade winds is the key point. First, monsoons are discovered by one person called Hippolus. Okay, so Hippolus, he is a navigator. What happened is that once while discovering the trade routes, he has come to this, what to say, Arabian Sea. So after coming to Arabian Sea, what he felt is that till Arabian Sea, he had to come with lot of effort, force, navigating. Before the fuel ships and mechanized ships these days, previously how the navigation was, it is totally based on wind and currents and all these things. Na? So what happened is that he started from this Cape of Good Hope, Africa, and then he came to Arabian Sea. So after coming to Arabian Sea, in the month of June, July, he realized that the ship is moving towards India without any effort. Okay, the winds are moving. So that way he has proposed that the winds are taking us to India by themselves, which means these winds are going to India. So that way he has given that concept, and later on it is improvised that these winds are reason for rainfall in India. So this Hippolus is very important if you want to remember. So he is the first person who has at least given this idea about this reversal of the winds, monsoon winds that are coming to India. So till now it is clear, right? Now second point. Now the key question is that why these winds get reversed? Okay, so there is this concept. Okay, so this is equator, this is Tropic of Cancer, and here is India. No? Okay, now there is one conventional theory. So conventional theory says that, conventional theory means well accepted since many days. Okay, this theory says that these monsoon winds are changing their direction because of the differential heating systems, which means, see, you know that solids and liquids are there, na? Solids, liquids. So which one gets fastly heated? Solids. Which means land gets faster heated and ocean or water gets slowly heated. Okay. So now through our basic, here on the land what we should be having? Higher heat, higher temperature rise, more heat, which means low pressure. Okay, and in water what is the high pressure? Okay, and winds move from high pressure to low pressure. So this differential in the heating of land and ocean is the reason for the reversal of the winds. Is it clear? Any doubt? Okay, so this way, this differential heating of land, which means total India, and then water, which means the Arabian Sea, Bay of Bengal and Indian Ocean, that way, so now the winds as usually they are going here, but then they have seen the low pressure zone in India and then they have changed their direction. Now, see, winds by themselves do not have the pressure. It is subjected through temperature. Na? So when the wind is affected by higher temperature, it will be having such. Mm. Ah. Yeah. See, they are in water na. See here, Bay of Bengal is also there, which means high pressure during the Tibetan heat engine also. So through Bay of Bengal to land, they will be moving na. So yeah, that is also kind of reversal only, but that is with respect to. Mm, mm, where because of differential heating na. See, you can see this vast ocean. See, Indian Ocean is too vast, Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal. So here the temperature is higher or lower as per this thing. Uh, mm, mm, yeah, this is what the northeast trade winds we have seen. See, they are already moving, but now I am telling with respect to only these 2 months or this season. In monsoon season only this reversal is happening. I am telling, not regularly. Are you getting? So not regularly. So only these 2 months of monsoons. So in these monsoon months, what is happening is that you have to remember that because of the differential heat of land and water, which is the Indian landmass and Indian Ocean region, these wind systems are getting reversal. Is this clear or not? Okay, right. Now this concept was countered by a person called, he also got doubt like you. Now we'll tell. Okay, so this guy is there, Flohen, a German meteorologist. So he also has got the doubt that what is this? This is a half explanation you are giving, that what just because of this what differential heating, you will be telling that these winds are getting reversed. Okay, these doubts are valid. I will tell you why. Because see, Indian monsoons is not yet fully understood concept. Okay, so different, even today, anyone if you can propose some ideas, it is already welcome, because these are the best and somewhat accepted means. Already there is like a lot of differences and questions as you are raising na, by the geographers also, but these are just for a sake of a minimum understanding they have given to us. Okay, right. So the conventional understanding is that because of the differential heating in the land mass and ocean mass, the already existing permanent trade winds get reversed and comes to India. And while coming to India, they will be carrying the water with them, thereby giving the rainfall to India. Right? Now, this Flohan has come up with a new concept called ITCZ, Intertropical Convergence Zone. Okay? So what is this intertropical convergence zone is? See, this is sun. Okay, this is sun. This is earth. Earth should be small, na? Right. Okay, but for explanation it's okay. So we have this equator, Cancer, Capricorn. Now this, as per him, okay, as per this guy Flohan, so these sun rays would be falling directly on the Cancer in the summer months. Okay, in the summer months. Now these sun rays would be on Capricorn on the winter months. Again, the summer, winter are with respect to northern hemisphere. You know that when it is summer here, it is winter in the southern hemisphere. Okay, with our respective year telling. Now, this imaginary line where this sun rays are falling and with high concentration, we are calling this as ITCZ. Okay, ITCZ. Now, this ITCZ is also responsible. For example, in the month of May and June, this ITCZ is in exactly in Madhya Pradesh, these regions. So, which means already one we have learned that differential heating, land is getting more hotter. Now, because of this ITCZ, it is getting intensified now. Okay, so now you understood how the low pressure systems are created in the Indian landmass. Okay, so this is one concept you have to understand. Okay, this way the reversal is occurring. So slowly what happens is that when we are moving to the winter months, for example from June, July, August, September, this ITCZ will be going down again to its normal position, equator and Capricorn. Okay, so we don't have ITCZ in the winter months. So that is the reason this is also responsible for more heat, higher temperature within the landmass, which is responsible for this reversal of winds. Okay, got it? So this is the thing. Now you have to know that these winds, monsoon winds, are divided into two. One is Arabian branch, the other is Bay of Bengal branch. So Bay of Bengal branch. So we get most of the rainfall from Bay of Bengal branch only, because here we have the obstacle in the form of Western Ghats. Okay, so though the Arabian branch is here, but here we have this Rayalaseema, Vidarbha region, which are almost deserty in nature. Okay, so that is the reason here we have the evergreen forest also, because of 200 centimeter of rainfall. Okay, you are getting now this Arabian branch.
So these regions can be called as rain shadow.
Yes, rain shadow regions. Yeah, so rain shadow regions. Now this Bay of Bengal again is split into two branches. Okay, so one branch gives rain to total northeast region. The other branch, it is getting pushed because of this jet stream or easterly jet stream in simple. So because of this, here up to we get up to Delhi, UP, Bihar, all these regions get because of this jet stream. This way the monsoon winds get spread to all over the country. Okay, so now you got this thing. So in monsoon you have to remember that initially this concept was given by, okay, it is not totally known concept. It even now it is in evolution, but then the present understanding is that first Hippolytus have started it, this reversal of wind wala thing. Secondly, this what conventional theory is there, it says only based on the differential heating systems. Third system is ITCZ given by this Floen. Okay, through these three ways these monsoon winds are coming. Now a small concept is there, El Nino. So you might have heard this now, El Nino concept. Very just 2 minutes it will take, we will end the class. Okay, so what is El Nino is, okay, if this is India, this is Africa, this is South America, right? Africa. So in this Argentina coast you have one current. Do you know, can you tell, Peruvian cold or warm current? Cold current. So do you remember the currents, cold current, warm currents? So okay, 1 second, we will just, because I will not deal with more world geography na. So can you tell the names of the cold currents? Yes, Canaries, Eurasian, Californian, Humboldt. We have a code for this, that's why I'm telling. West Australian, Bengula, Horatio, Falkland, Labrador. Okay, so the code is, can you call हमारा West Bengal, Odisha folks to lab. Okay, so this way you can remember the cold currents. So once you remember the cold currents, the warm currents get easier. Okay, so recently in 2024 only they have literally asked this question to cold or warm, four currents are matching A and B, how many pairs are correct. So one of the our friend who was under our guidance, so he told me that this remembering this code, he has attempted the question in less than 5 seconds. 5 seconds only. Like, yeah, I have just seen that. Okay, okay, this is cold, this is warm, and so this way the codes have helped him to not only these codes, the tricks and good memory with friends and all these things. This factual part has helped him at least in 20 questions. He has attempted them in less than 15 seconds. Okay, due to which the other time he could spend in science and tech and environment where 5-6 statements are given. These just very lengthy questions are given now. So these low hanging fruits are the one where you should not spend more time, and you have to, attempt those questions within 15, 20, if not 30 seconds ke, under you have to finish them, and the rest you have to save the time for reading the lengthy questions of science and tech. So this way you please develop the codes and tricks for others also. Okay, now coming back to our this one. So Falkland is nothing but Peruvian cold current only, the other name. Okay, right, right. So actually Peruvian cold current means what it is like. Here the water will be cold. Okay, mean high pressure, no? High pressure. Okay, now there is one concept where no one is able to understand, that this Peruvian cold current is losing its coldness and it is becoming warm. It is becoming warm. Why, we don't know. Now this warmness is spread over to these regions also. Okay, these regions also. Now here also it is warm, which means here also low pressure. In India also low pressure, which means winds will not come inside, which means no rainfall, which means no agriculture, famines. So this El Nino is responsible for lack of rainfall in the India. This way you have to understand this concept, El Nino. Okay, uh, that's it. So I think in your book nothing else is given. Okay, so actually if in these monsoons, in these trade systems and all, like you may be getting some doubts, but then the fundamentals, because this is an evolving concept and literally not understood, each and everything is counted here. Why the wind moves here, why it is here, does it happen actually, if you consider latitude, longitude, all these things, altitudes, again some doubts will arise for sure. But then this is the, what mean, like, okay, let us agree with this thing, kind of thing. Okay, so this way this El Nino concept is responsible for lack of rainfall or inadequate rainfall once in 5 years. Okay, in the Indian region. So this way you have to do the things. So this climate chapter, so you can once go through this, because it is a concept we cannot underline also. You have to read and understand and then highlight this thing, or else lot these things are missed, and most of these students keep on reading monsoons mean integration factor, we celebrate Pongal, Sankranti and all these things because of this monsoons. In that 4 months they say these things are going on. Just understand this concept clearly also. If I had went fast, again you come to me, so we will discuss it in more detail. So with this, this book should be considered done, right?